and my name is Adam. So, so we're gonna make this into a two-day session, okay? And pretty much in the first day, we'll understand the core of scripting. What are the essential topics that is needed? And in the day two, we'll talk more about advanced topics and let's take some real-time examples. And with the learnings what we have, let's try to develop some scripts. Now, in our day-to-day activity, whether you're a developer or a QA or an automation engineer like DevOps engineer or SRE or an administrator, now every day there will be some other work which you have to automate. Now, as of now, there are pretty much lots and lots of tools available, right? Like for infrastructure, you have Terraform or Ansible, or even on AWS tools like CloudFormation. And for deployments, you have Docker, Kubernetes, for CI/CD, Jenkins. Same way for your testing, you have Selenium, Cucumber. Now, even though you have all these tools, there will be some small activities which you want to do to help in your day to day, which cannot be done by any of those tools. Like you want to send an email. Okay, now you quickly want to connect to a machine and delete some file. Okay, or some of the day-to-day commands that you run, right, you want to automate them. So in those cases, installing and developing some kind of files in an automated tool will be very difficult. So that's when scripting is very much essential. Now, out of that, why still shell scripting is or bash scripting is one of the popular scripting is it's a built-in option which comes along with your Linux system. So all you have to do is create a file and put in your logic and things will work. Okay, so that's where it's kind of necessary for all of us to know at least one kind of scripting, and to get started, shell scripting would be a good place. And once you know the scripting concepts, the same thing you can also apply to Python or Go language or Ruby. Okay, so as I said, so that's what is our agenda. So today we'll focus more on the core concepts of scripting. Now, before we get deep dive, right, let's get into the basics first. So when you connect to a Linux machine through a command prompt or a terminal, okay, so what happens? So you see a black screen. So what is that screen? So it's basically a shell. Okay, a shell is nothing but a process, or in generic way, if you think, it's an environment to communicate between the user and the operating system, so that any commands that you want, you give it through that, the operating system will understand, and the operating system will return the output through the same environment. Okay, so between us, that is the users, and the kernel or operating system, shell acts as a environment. Like for example, today between you guys and me, we are using this application like GoToMeeting, which is helping as an environment to communicate and share my screen. Same way, for a Linux operating system, we use an environment called shell. Okay, now basically shell is a process. Now anything we type in, shell receives and sends it to the operating system or kernel, and whatever the kernel gives back, which is what you will be seeing it on the screen. Okay, now which is where every time you connect to a Linux machine, you need a shell to interact with the operating system. Okay, and all the commands that you type is actually you're typing it on a particular shell. Now in Linux, as of now, even though we have a lot of shells available, like you have C shell, sh or bash, what we call it as bourne again shell, right? One of the popular shell that everyone uses in the market is bash, okay, or bash shell. So every time you connect to a Linux machine, in the terminal, what you get is a bash shell, which is the one which helps us to interact. Okay, so now what do? Suppose you want to list some files, create a folder, right? Or you want to find some particular files. Then you open the command prompt. In that bash shell, you type in whatever the commands that you want in sequence, and based on that, you would be getting an output in the same shell. So that's how you interact. Okay. So remember, that's the basics. So anything you are interacting is through a shell only. Now that's where, now to do some activity, there might be lot of commands that you have to run. Okay, so manually what you do, as I was telling, you go to that bash shell in the terminal and you type in all the commands one by one in the sequence, and then you get the output. So maybe you might have to run 3 commands or 4 commands or 10 commands depending on what you want to do. And that's when the scripting comes into the picture. Okay, so instead of we manually typing or entering the commands one by one and achieve a task, we can put those commands, whatever that we were typing in the shell through the terminal, into a file, which is basically what we call it as a script. Okay, so what we will do, so take a file which is basically a text file, and in that text file you put the same sequence of commands whatever that you have executed in the shell manually. Okay, and then it's not just that you are going to put only the sequence of commands, but you can also put some kind of logic on when it has to run, how it has to run, okay, where it has to run. So all those things you can also put together in the script, and then you can execute. So that execution becomes a automation. Okay, so that way, now instead of you opening a terminal and running everything manually, you can put the same sequence of commands with some logic into a file, and whenever you want, you execute that file, or what we technically call it as a script, and that script will run those commands for you, and based on the logic what you have executed, you will be getting the result. So that is how we will be able to use a script. And now, what kind of commands I'm talking? These are your Linux commands. So your day-to-day Linux commands, whatever you are going to use. Okay. Then this is when you take this file and put this Linux commands with some logic and execute, what happens is it will also create a new shell. Okay, remember this. So it creates a new shell. Now technically we call it as spawning a new shell, which means every time, similar to how you once again connect to the command prompt and open a bash shell, now you put this into a file and execute, what will happen? The operating system will create a new shell. So this is where the terminal in which you have connected and you are executing the file becomes the parent shell, and the shell in which the commands that you have given in the script will get executed. So those are called as child shell. Okay. So typically, to run your script, you still need a shell, and inside that, the commands with the logic will be executed. The only difference is, instead of you running it manually, anytime you execute the script, a new shell will be created or spawned, and all those commands will be executed there. Okay. So this is where, to run your script on a Linux, you need a shell, and hence we call it as a shell scripting. Okay, so very simple to understand. So all those day-to-day commands in Linux, whatever you are running, if you want to automate, put into a text file, okay, and you need to put some logic and run, so that anytime you run, it will open or create a new shell, and it will be executing everything in it. So thus you do the automation. So now another basic, what I'm just going to focus is, to run your shell script, you need a shell. Now it could be any type of the shell, but as I said, one of the popular shell that we prefer as of now is bash shell. So from now onwards, anytime when we say shell scripting, You are opening a bash what shell, and in that you are automating some commands to be running with some logic. So that's what we need to learn. And this is where whenever you are trying to write a shell script, okay, the first line that you will be putting up is something which starts with hash bang, which is called as shebang, and followed by bin bash. Okay, so why do I need to specify this? This is because now, like I said, you create a file which is just a text file, and when you say run it, the operating system needs to know what shell to create, that is what child shell to create to run all your commands. And that is where it is kind of mandatory, where you will specify in the first line which shell to take. So suppose if I give something like this, what is the meaning? So in my machine, we are saying for creating the child shell, use bin bash, and inside that bin bash, whatever the commands and the logic I have given in the text file, you take it and execute. Suppose if I say bin sh, then the child shell will be created using sh shell, and in that it will be running. Okay, so that's what you need to know. Okay, now keep it in that way for now. So what we will do before we move further, let me just show you that. Okay, so this is a machine which I'm going to use it for the rest of the session. Now, first thing, as I said, in your shell script, the first line what you're going to have is hash bang followed by what shell that you want, using which your script is going to run. Okay, and the second thing what you're going to do is the name of the file, whichever I was talking, which is going to act as a script, you're going to end it with .sh. It's not mandatory, but it's a good practice. So that when you look at a file, when it ends with .sh, you clearly know that it is a shell script. Okay. So now I'll create a file called basics.sh. Okay. And anytime, as I said, so the first one you're going to put, okay, so the first line you'll always start with bin bash. So you're telling the operating system to use bin bash. Now, what is that you will be having after this? It's nothing but your Linux commands only. So like ls, cp, find, echo, right? Whatever that you're using day to day. But along with that, there will be some more logic. Okay. So any Linux command that you were running directly on a command prompt by connecting to a machine, the same thing you can put it here. Okay. I'll put it as header. And another thing that you need to know is the commands that you put will be executed sequentially by default. Sequentially means one by one. Okay, suppose if you have 10 lines, it will try to execute one by one. And sometimes it's actually scripting, not a programming. So each line can also be referred as a statement, okay, or code. So generally what you have is just a normal command, but some people might refer it as a statement, or that's what we call it as a code. A statement is nothing but each instruction that you are giving in the file. Okay, now these are the two things you need to know. First line should be bin bash, which tells which shell to take, and second thing is the name of the file can be anything but end it with .sh. Okay, good. Now, anytime we need to execute a script, right? Now, what do you mean by execution? Execution means you are going to run the script. Now, to run the script, there are different ways. Okay. Now, it's very much important we also know when to use what. Okay. Now, first thing, in Linux, if you have a file and you want to execute it or run, then it needs to have a permission called execute. Because basics of Linux, what are the three permissions we have for a file? Read, write, and execute. So that way, if it is a script and you want to run it, then you need to make sure you have a execute permission. Now, go back here. So if you look at this file, by default, files will not have execute permission. And that's where when you try to run this, it will not be executed. Okay. For example, I'll just run it. And moreover, if you try, Linux has an option called tab. As soon as you type something and put tab, it will complete. But here, if you try, it will not show because it's not a executable. Okay. So you will get a permission denied. Why? You do not have a execute permission. So this is where, if it's a shell script, first thing you are going to do is give execute permission. And for that, we will use the command called chmod plus x and the file name. Now look at the file. It is there. So this is what you have your execute permission. And now you can run the script. Okay. So how do we run? Now this is where, when you are going to run a script, after giving the execute permission, you can run it through the relative path or absolute path. Okay. Now, where is my script? On my current folder. So if you want to refer to the current folder and say my script is locally and run it, then you will say /, which means in the same folder, I am saying there is a file, you run it. Okay. And that's where what is happening when you just execute it, it opens a bash shell, runs the command and returns you the output. Now you will not see it here, but if you go to the processes and check while it is running, you will know, which I'll show you. Now this is where, when will you run this? Suppose if you have the script in the same folder, you are going to run it. Okay. Now, however, you can also give the absolute path. So absolute path means right from the root, wherever it is there, you can give the complete folder and then you can run. Okay. Now in this example, I am under home Ubuntu and the file is there. So you can say home Ubuntu slash basics.sh. It will run. Okay. So you will run this dot whenever you are in the same folder as the script. Okay. If not, it will not work. And if you are in any other folder, you can refer to the complete path and you can run. So this is called as relative method of running. This is called as absolute method. Now, there is another method where I can just tell the name of the script. Okay. So why is this failing? Even though I am in the current folder, when I say just the name, it says command not found. This is because when you say /, you are explicitly telling to run on the current folder. But if not, the basics of Linux is, if you run any command, it will search for that particular command, or it's called as an executable. Okay. So it will try to search for this in all the folders mentioned in a variable called path. So this is where in Linux we have something called as path variable. So here you can see there are some default folders available. So it is not only shell script. Any command you run, like you type ls, pwd, echo, find, okay, what will happen? Linux will search for that executable in all the folders what you have mentioned in this path variable. Suppose if it is not available, then it will say it's not found. So that's the reason Even though I am in that folder, when I run this, it is saying not found. Why? Because I don't have that home Ubuntu available anywhere. Okay, see, it's not just script, it's the basic of Linux. So now, if I add my home Ubuntu folder to this path variable, and then from wherever I run this bash.sh, right, it will be picking it up. Okay, now watch this. Now, to set the variable, I'll say path equal to, now we will take the existing path and we will append home Ubuntu. And now to cross check. So you see, home Ubuntu is available. And now if I say basics.sh, it picks up. So it searches in all the folder, and finally when it finds here, it will take it up. And just to show you, even I can go to some other folder. And now if I run, it will exactly run. So that's where in Linux, it's not necessary that you should be in that folder. If you add the folder where the script is to your path, you can literally call it from anywhere, because Linux will search for that executable in all the folders in the path variable. Got it? So this is another way of executing. Okay, so I'm coming back to the home directory. Now, we saw executing it two ways. Now there is another method where you will see in which you will be giving a shell in the beginning followed by the name of the script. Now it could be sh or it could be bash followed by the name of the script. When do you do this? Now this is where sometimes in your shell script, if you have not given this first line, then what will happen? That's where, for example, if I have not given this, and then if I say sh and my script, what it will do? So Linux will first create a sh shell, and inside that it will be running it. Okay, so whenever you have not given the first line like this, then you can preferably use. Now, even though you have given, how will this work? First, system or the operating system will create a sh shell. In that sh shell, one more child bash will be created, and inside that it will be running the commands. And remember, if I have not given here, so I can say simply sh, or I can also say bash. Any of this will work. Only difference is you are telling first create a child shell with bash or sh, and inside that you run. So these are just different ways to execute. Okay. Now there is one more advanced way of running a script, which I'll tell you a little later. Okay, because for this you need to know a little bit about variables and other stuffs, which will come back. So clear as of now? Absolute path, relative path, or you can set the folder in your path variable so that you can run it from anytime. And preferably, if you have not given the startup command or the first command to tell where or which shell to take, then you can use sh or bash and run the script. But ideally for all these things, you need to have a execute permission. And another benefit of having this method, you don't need to have a execute permission. I'll show you now. See, the file has execute permission, right? Now I'll remove the permission. So now if I try to run the basics, it won't run, correct? But see, if the same thing I say bash and the script, it will run. Why? Because you're not directly running. So first it is creating a bash shell, and inside the bash shell it is going to run. So that's how this is another way of running. Suppose you do some automation in which you are doing a git clone and downloading a shell script which doesn't have permissions to execute. Then instead of doing chmod plus x and then running, you can directly say bash or sh and run. So that will not require execute permission. Okay, so this is sometimes useful when you don't have a execute permission. Correct? Perfect. This way, you're clear what should be the name of the file and how do we run it. Now, the next topic, what you need to know is what we call it as variables. Okay. Now, what is a variable and why do we need it in your scripting like shell scripting? Okay. So when you are trying to run multiple commands, there might be something which you are trying to repeat again and again. Okay. Or you might be interested to capture some output and do something with it while the script is running. So that is when variable is nothing but a place in the memory of the system in which some value will be stored, and whenever you want you can retrieve it while you are running your script. What is it? A variable is nothing but a place in the memory in which some values is stored so that you can reuse whenever you want or you can change the value. Why do you call it as variable? Because you can have some default value, or when the script is running you can overwrite and change the values whatever is needed. Okay, because when you say scripting, it's not always about just running some command. You might be required to input some value, or there might be need that you have to read some output, store and do some processing. So that's where all these things can be done only if you store some content or some value in the memory. But how do you find it out? It's like an address. So variable is nothing like an address where you will be able to store some value, retrieve some value, and which will help you to do the processing or some automation in your script. Okay. Now, if you are going to use a variable, first we need to do something called as defining a variable. Okay, so defining means you are creating that address in the memory where you want to store the value. Okay, so that's what we call it as defining. Now while you are defining, you can also put some default value into that location, and anytime you want you can also replace the value. Okay, so the syntax for defining a variable and putting some value is, you will say name of the variable equal to whatever the value that you want. Okay, now you can store a string value in it. What is string? Alphabets, alphanumeric, all those things are string. At the same time, you can also store some numbers. Okay, it doesn't matter in your script. So when you go to programming, you have a lot of types of data, but in scripting, you're not doing any programming. So you can store a string value or a numeric value. Now for that, you are going to say a name of the variable equal to and the value. Okay. Once again, for the name of the variable, okay, you can give any logic name. The only rule that you have to follow is you should not be using some special characters. Okay, so the only special character allowed to specify your name of the variable is underscore. Okay, you should not be using anything else like dot, exclamatory mark, quotes, at the rate, dollar. All those things are not supported. You can use underscore. Along with that, in the name of the variable also, you can use numbers. For example, I can say name 1, name 2, okay, variable 1, variable 2. So all those things are valid names for variable, and the value can be string or number. Okay. Now, how do you define? Now this is where, if you want to define a variable, right, I'm just telling. Now this is a variable and a value. Now here, what kind of value is this? So Adam is a string. Now in Linux, whenever you are creating a or defining a variable and you're going to store a string, then always remember you should put quotes. So string values should be inside quotes. And same way, my number. Okay. This is my phone number, but ideally, what is this? It's a numeric value. And for numeric values, you don't have to give quotes. Okay. Now, like this, a variable name can also be something like var1. This is also a valid variable name. Now, for this, I can put some value which could be numeric, or I will say today, okay, one, and I'll say it's Saturday. Now, this is also a valid variable. Or I can also say my underscore name equal to Adam. Sometimes to give more meaningful word, right, you will be able to use underscore, but no other special characters are allowed. Okay, so you can use any one of them, but remember, for string you will use quotes, and for numeric values you don't need quotes. Okay, then this is what we call it as defining or creating a variable. Okay, but how do I retrieve the value? So this is like you are storing in the memory by saying, okay, there is a identification address called my name and the value is Adam. But if I want to use it, or what we call it as retrieve, then you have to do a dollar followed by the name of the variable. So wherever you say dollar followed by the variable name, at that place, the shell script will replace it with the value. For example, if I say dollar my name, it will return Adam. If I say dollar my number, it will say the number. Same way, if I say dollar var1, it will return 10. So wherever in the script, if you say dollar a variable name, it will return the value that is stored in the variable. Okay. Now let's see how it works first. So I'll be sharing these examples in the channel link. So once the video is uploaded, you should be able to get. So just focus on seeing the details here. Okay, so I have a script called variables.sh, and now if you look at this, so my first line says what shell it needs to run all the commands, and here I'm creating a variable called name and I'm storing a string, and I'm creating another variable by the name var and I'm storing a numeric. And anywhere if I want to replace, so if I run, what will echo do? It will just print on the screen. So here it will print my name is Adam. So wherever you say dollar the variable, it will replace. Same way over here. So now if I run, it should be returning my name is Adam. Today is April 15th. Okay, and to run now, since I have already added it into the path variable, I can say directly. If not, make sure it has execute permission and say absolute or relative way. All right. So this is called as defining the variable, and this is called as retrieving the value. Okay. Now this is a very basic. Now when you go back to a script like a shell script, there are different kinds of variables that we will be using. Okay, so we need to understand the scope of the variable. Okay, when to use what, how the values will be behaving is little different. So this is what we call it as types of variable, or generally it's called as scope of the variable. Okay, now Here, let's look at the script and we'll understand. Okay. Now, generally, when you create a shell script and you put a variable inside, by default, the value will be available only until the script completes the execution. Okay, so it's not like in the memory it will be permanently stored. For example, if I run this script, what will happen? It will try to store in the memory some variable and the value, and it will be available until the completion. After that, it will not be there. So every time you run the script, the variable will be defined, value will be available until the script gets completed. And within the script, you can also override the value. That is why we call it as variable. Okay. So here, if you see in this example, I have first defined a variable called var as 10. And if I print, what it will do, it will return value of variable first time is 10. But look at this. Shell script runs everything command by command sequentially. So now when it comes here, what will be the value of var? It will override the 10 with 20. So now if I run, what will be the value? It will be 20. So that's how the same variable, if you are defining again and again, it will override. Now all these things will be available only within the script. Now as soon as the script gets finished with the execution, the values or the variables will not be available in the memory. Okay. So now just to show you, so if I just run the script, you see the same variable, first time it's 10, second time is 20. So remember that a variable can be overwritten. So whatever is the last value is what you will be getting. So you can overwrite it how many ever times, but all these things are available locally. Okay, because now if I come back on my parent shell, now this is my parent shell, and here if I type this, it doesn't return anything. Why? Because only within that child shell of bash this variable was created, and in the memory it was there. But as soon as the script completed, this shell was also terminated, so you don't have any of this on your parent shell. Okay, so this way anything you define within your script is called as local variables, and you are free to change it. Now we also have something called as environment variable. So what is environment variable? So environment is a variable which is available inside your script, as well as it can be available on your parent shell also. So right now, what is the parent shell? This one. So we connected to this Linux machine, use this terminal, and we are, in fact, if you look at this, you are using bin bash, right? So this is the parent shell, and every time you run a script, it creates a child shell. So now I can create a variable, okay, globally, that is on your parent shell. Now in Linux, what you need to understand is, if a variable is created on a parent shell, all the child shells will also receive it, or it can also receive it. So in those cases, those variables are called as environment variables, because it is not fixed to one shell. Getting the point? So anything available in the parent will be available to child shell. But if you create or define a variable in a child shell, it will not be available to the parent. So it can be available further to another child shell, but not to the parent. So variable values can be passed from parent shell to child shell, not from child shell to parent shell. Okay. Now to understand, let's look at this example. Now, first, what I want you to know is, here I'm trying to define a variable called arg. It is a string value where I'm saying Wezva Technologies, and another variable. Once again, it's also string. Now, here, when I run this, it will print my institute equal to org, which means it will print my institute as Vezva Technologies, and it will print mentor equal to Adam. Okay, so that is expected. Now, here you can see I am calling another shell script from this shell script, which means environment variable shell script is going to call another shell script called test.sh. Okay, so here, what do you have in the test.sh? If you look at this, even here, I am printing the same values, which means I am setting it in the parent shell script, and this is going to call the child script. Okay, now let's see how this behaves. Okay, what do you see? First, the parent script is getting called. So here it is printing my institute is Vezva Technologies and mentor is Adam. Okay, then we are calling the child script. So what will happen now? This shell script will create another child shell, and that will be executing the test.sh. And in that, what is happening? It is empty. Why? That's because, as I said, shell will pass the values from parent to child, but you need to tell that to pass, because right now, when you have defined this variable in the parent shell, it is local variable. It is not a environment variable. So that's where when you make it as an environment variable, the values will be passed from parent to child shell. Got it? So how do you make it as a environment variable? And which is where there is a command called export. So when you put export in front of your variable, it will make it as a environment variable, so that if a child shell is getting called, the values will be available. Okay. Now watch this. So let's edit this, and here now I will export only this variable. So now this is a environment variable and this is a local variable. So what will be available in the text.sh? Only the org variable value, not the mentor. So watch this. So if I run, you can see in the child also it is passing. It's not passing your mentor name or the variable, because it's not made it as a environment variable. Okay. So if I change it again, what will happen? It will try to pass. So this is how, if you want to pass some values from one shell to another shell, that is parent to child, you need to make it as a environment variable. Okay. And this way, if there is any variable that you have defined as an environment variable on your Linux parent shell, within your shell script, you will be able to read. Okay. Now watch this once again. Example, what I'll do, we will create a simple script called var.sh. Okay. So here I'll just say echo and your name is dollar. Okay. If I run this, there is no value. It's not running. Now see, on our parent shell, I will say export my name equal to, okay, and I'll give some value. So now it is available on your parent shell, as well as anything as a child shell created from this will also have the value. So now if you run the same shell script, you see the value will be picked up. Okay. So this is how From parent to child, you can pass the value only if it is a environment variable. Okay. Now, let's do the reverse and see how it happens. So here, okay, now, for example, I'll say, I'll create a variable called myArc, and let's say I'll set it up WezvaTech. So here, what is happening? So it's printing, but let me say export here. So it printed, but I come to my parent, okay, shell, and if I run this, it's not picking. Why? Because you have made it as an environment variable, but it's on the child. So anything further, like we called a test script, which will be child for the parent, it will work. But now we are in the parent shell. So which is where anything from the child will not be able to come back to the parent. Okay. Then still, if I have a requirement where I want that variable to be available, and this is where we'll go back to this concept of executing. So I told you there is one more method, right? Dot space the name of the script. So usually what did I tell you? When you run a script, it creates a new shell or a child shell. So that is where all this method will happen. But when you use a dot followed by a script name, the meaning of that is do not create a new shell or a child shell. Run everything on the same parent shell, which means here the same script, if I say dot followed by the normal way, however you are running, it will not create a new child shell. It will run everything in our current parent shell. So that way, now, what were those commands? We had it in the script. So these two commands, where did it get executed? Not on a new shell. It is on the same shell as the parent. Because of that, now if you go back and look at this, you see the values are available, which means it's definitely didn't run it on a child shell. So it ran on the same. So many times, if there is a requirement where to run your script, you don't need to create a new shell and you want to run it in the same shell from where you are invoking it, then use this method called dot. So which is one of a advanced way of calling. But the difference is anytime you have a variable, if it's an environment variable, it can pass from parent shell to child shell, but not from child shell to parent shell. Okay. All right. So this is where we saw local variables and environment variables. Now we also have something called as special variables. Okay. So what's the difference? So usually the local variable or environment variable is something where we create a variable name and we pass a value. Okay. However, special variables are those which we don't define. Okay. So there is something already available, so you can just consume it. So that way, it doesn't have a name for that. Remember, what is it? It doesn't have a name. Then how do you identify? So that's where there are some characters, a special characters we use. Now this is the one of the reason why I said when you are creating a variable or defining a variable, don't use any special character, because in Linux or in script, every special character has a meaning. So that way, there are some special characters which can be used as special variables, and it has some built-in value. So it can return you if you directly use. Okay. Now this is where if there is a variable, if you say dollar followed by the name of the variable, what it will do? it will return the value, right? Now this is where in your shell script, if you say dollar followed by 0, okay, it will return the name of the script. Okay, so whatever the script you are running, it will return. Okay, same way. Now if you have a script, you can also pass some arguments or parameters to your script. Okay, because you need script to read some value from you and do some processing. Then what you can do, you can pass some arguments, so shell script can read. Now that's where, when you pass some arguments, how will shell script read? Now for example, let's say I'm calling some script like this. Okay, now I can pass some values to it. So let's say value 1, value 2, and whenever you are passing a value, you should give a space. Now if I'm passing two arguments to it, shell script will read, but how will you use that is, it will be trying to store each of this value using a parameter position. Because now if you understand, if I say $0, you got this. If not, the value of this is the 0th position. Now what is this? First position. This is in second position. So that's where, if I say $0, what will it return? It will return the name of your script. If I say $1, it will return the value 1. Same way, if I say $2, it will return value 2. So that's where these are called as positional parameters. Okay, and that's the reason that every special character has a meaning. Okay, so $0 is your name of the script, and from there the first parameter or argument is $1, $2. But like this, how many values can you take? So you can take maximum of 9 values. Okay, so you cannot take more than 9. So until 9 values you can pass. Suppose if I want to get the ninth value, then I should say $9, and this will give me the value whatever you have passed. Okay, now let's see that first. Okay, so I have a script called special. It's a big script, so don't worry about this, which we'll see. Now this is a script, and here I'm just trying to print the $0. Now you can see here there's something called as backslash, and what does it do? Now this is where what happens in your script, right? If you say dollar followed by something, it will return the value. Now I want to print on the screen the dollar symbol, then by default it will never happen. So which is where in scripting or in Linux you can do something called as negation. Negation means you force the Linux not to consider it as a dollar or something similar, so it will just print, or it will just use it as the same character. Now to help you understand, watch this. Now in this, I want here to print dollar my arc. I want to print that. Now what will happen if I say dollar my arc? What is happening? Whenever you say dollar, it replaces the value. But now I am saying I want to print on the screen dollar my arc. So what is that you can do? So which is where you can go ahead and use this backlash. And see, as soon as you put the color changed. So what is the meaning of this? So we are telling the Linux script to negate the meaning of dollar. Negate means, hey, don't consider it as dollar and replace. Just use it as a normal keyword, and I want you to print it on the screen because I have put it inside echo. So you're negating. So then what will happen now? To run this, you can see it's printing my arg, that is dollar my arg and the value. So wherever you don't want Linux to consider in retrieving the value, you want the same character to be available, then you can just say negate using backslash. Okay, now this is where, if you go back to this, now maybe it's too big, I'll copy paste and I'll show you here. Now you can see here. First, let's understand. So what will this print? This will print your file name with the $0. Now look at here. Your first argument, so whatever you are passing, $1, it will print. And then the second value, $2, $3. So until 9, it will print. Okay. Now this is where you also have another special variable called $hash. So what will $hash do? It will return the total number of arguments. Suppose if you have passed 9, it will return 9. If you have passed only 3 arguments, it will return 3. Suppose if you want to count it, right, then you can use the $hash. Okay, and if you want all the parameters to be just displayed directly, then you will use $@. So what will $@ do? It will show you all the parameters in one go. Okay. Now let's run the script and you will understand it. Special, and this is where, see, I'm passing value. I'm passing totally 9 arguments. So when I run it, now ignore these, but just look at this now. So the name of the file is special vas.sh. So that is what you have executed. So $0. So totally how many arguments? 9. What are those arguments? You can see $@ is printing everything, and each of them you can specifically take it using $1, $2, $3. Okay. Now just to show you again, so I'll remove this. I'll pass only 6. Okay. So now totally 6, and that's what $hash will say, and all the values. However, you can see 6th argument is there, but 7th, 8th, 9th, nothing is there. So that's the reason it's showing it as empty. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'll show. Now, so this is where $0 returns the name of the file, $1 to $9 returns the arguments you have passed, and $hash returns the total number of arguments that you have. But if you want the entire argument, you can say $@. Now, there is another special variable called $. So what will this do is, it will return the process ID of your current shell or current script, because I told you, right, every shell is nothing but a process. So if you want to know what is the process ID of your current script, then you can simply say $. Okay, and there is another important variable called $?. So what is $?? So $? returns the exit status of the previous command, whatever you have executed. So usually, let's see that also. So in Linux, what happens? Any command you run, for example, if I type ls, okay, every command will return some status at the end. Depending on that, the operating system will know whether it was successfully executed or not. Okay, so if you want to know the status of that, you can say Now what will echo do? Return the value. So echo dollar question mark means it will return the exist status of the previous command. So if it returns 0, it means the previous command was successfully executed. Any non-zero value means it has failed to execute or there is a error. Because when you try to write a shell script, you might be running some command and you want to know whether it was successful or not, and you want to do some error handling, then dollar question mark will be useful. Now just to show you the other difference, now I don't have a file like this, some junk file. If I run, it has given me an error. So immediately if you go and run this, you can see it's a non-zero. So dollar question mark will give the exit status of the previous command, whatever you have executed. Now, this is a catch. What will happen if I run it second time? It's saying 0. Why? This is because at this time, what was the previous command? Echo dollar question mark. Did this successfully run? Yes. So that's where when you run it second time, it's saying 0. So don't get confused. First time it is giving error, second time it's success. The dollar question mark will return the exit status of the previous command. So when I ran this, previous command was this, which was an error. But when I second time running, the previous command was the echo command, which was success. That's the reason it's giving 0. Okay, fine. So now if you come back to our script and if you look at this, now this is where if you want to know the exit status, now dollar question mark will give the exit status of this command. I'm just printing echo, which is success, so you should get it as 0. And the same way, if you want to know the process ID, you can simply use dollar dollar and it will give you. Okay, now look at the script. So 0 because echo command was successful, and 4331 was the process ID of our current shell script which we ran. Okay, so whenever we need, we'll use all these special variables. This is where the next thing what we need to know is, I told you that we can pass 9 parameters. But what happens if you have more than 9? How will I capture, for example, there is a 10th argument I'm passing. There is nothing called as $10. Okay, in bash it won't work. So what we can do for that, there is one more command called as shift. So what will shift do? It will delete the first value of your argument. So for example, if you have 10 values, if you say shift, the first argument value will be deleted. So now what will be the value of $1? The second value. So what I'm trying to tell is, suppose you have a script, you pass like this. Okay. Now when you say $, what will this give you? All of it, right? This is where if you say shift as the command inside your script, it will try to delete one value. Okay, so what is $1 now? 2. And now if you want the last value, you can say 9. So if I run once again shift, then the first value again will be removed. So $1 will be 3. And if I want 10, I should be saying $8. So that's how by doing shift, it will try to remove the values. Now that's where before you do shift, you need to store the values and then do the shift. Okay. Now this is when, if you look at the script, I'm doing a shift and then we are trying to run the total number of arguments. So you should see the difference. Okay. And then we will see what is the arguments you have, and then $1 and $9. Okay. So the same example, you come here, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So watch this. So first Total argument is 10, and these are the ones that you have. And the first argument is 1, ninth argument is value 9. Perfect. But come here. After the shift, this is where I did the shift. So now, what is the total values? 9. And what are those? You can see one has got deleted. And this is where first argument is 2. And obviously, your ninth argument is 10. So this is how, if you have a need to pass more than 9 arguments, then you should use shift. So once again, if I do the shift, it'll change. Now just to go back, and if I do a shift again, it'll remove this. So your $1 will return 3 and $9 will return nothing, because there is only 8 values. Got it? So this is how. Now these are also variables, but already defined by the shell script. So you cannot set value for it, you can just use them. So depending on our need, as we start writing the script, you can create your own variable, which could be local or environment variable, or there are also some special variables available which we can use it. Got it? Okay. So we understood how to execute, what's variables. Okay. Now there's one more small topic that you need to know is troubleshooting. Now, when you take Linux script, right, it's all about multiple Linux commands, and you will be giving some logic to run some automation. Now, it's not going to be just 1 or 2 lines. You will have 50 lines, 100 lines, 200 lines also. Now, at some time, if you made some mistake somewhere, it will be difficult for you to debug it because you don't know which line is giving error. So, in all those scenarios, Linux script or shell script will not return exactly on what is the error. It will just try to run the command, appropriate message will be thrown. But if you want to exactly know which line, where it is causing, then you can use an option called VX. Okay. So now, to help you understand this, let's take this test.sh or var.sh. So what do you see here? It's just running everything, right? Now, see the difference when I show you. See, what is it doing? It's executing the command and it is just returning what is the output. However, how many commands are there? There are 2 commands. One you are exporting and you are running. But what did happen on the screen? It's just showing only the output of echo. So that's where sometimes you don't know whether it ran properly or not. And that's where in every shell script, whenever you want to debug, you can set an option called VX. V means verbose and X means debugging. Okay. And now see the difference what happens when you run this. What do you see the difference? So the VX will tell to print exactly what is happening, and before running it will also show you what line it is trying to run. So first it's telling I'm taking this line to run, and in that line what is the exact value it is going to set is export, and when export runs, what it is doing, it is creating a variable called myarg and setting the value. So exactly it shows you the same way. The next line it is going to run is this, and when it runs this, this is the command that it is picking up to run. See, first it is showing you what, and then it is trying to run, and after it ran, what is the output. So that's how, by adding this VX, each and every line it will be showing you what exactly it is going to do. So that way it will be easy for you to debug, because when you, as we move forward, you try to put some loops or condition. When a script fails, it will be difficult for you to know which line it failed. Okay, so when you put this, exactly line by line it will tell what value it is substituting, what command it is trying to run, and you can exactly find out, okay, this is where I see something is going wrong, so let me go ahead and fix it. Okay, so this will be very useful. So remember, you just have to set this command called set vx. Now you can remove it anytime, it's not mandatory that you should always have. So now if I run, it will just give you the output. Okay, so to run it in a debug mode and verbose, every line it is executing on the screen, use vx. Okay, all right, clear so far? Next important concept what you have is called as operators. What do you mean by operators and why do we need? That's the first question that you should know. So you have a script, you will run some command, you will use some variables to store some value. That's what we saw. But what are you going to do with that variables or value? So you need to do some kind of operations, right? So what do you mean by an operation? Now, if it is a number, you might have to do some arithmetic operation like adding, subtracting, multiplying, or dividing, right? So in order to do that, you need to combine that variables with some logic. So that is when there is something called as an operator. So using that operator, you will be able to tell the shell script that I want to add two values or subtract two values or multiply that way. Okay. The same thing, you might also have a relational activity. Relational means now I have two values, the same number. I want to check whether one number is greater than other number or one number is lesser than other number, whether they are equal, not equal. So those things are what we call it as relational activity. Now for that, there is a separate operator which will help you. Now, what I'm talking about is only numbers. Now, the same way, if you have a string, string means some specific value like Adam, WezvaTech, right? So these are string. Now, if you want to do some operations for that, like you want to check two strings is equal or not equal, whether a string or a variable is empty. So those kind of activity, if you want to do, then there is some special operators called string operators. Okay. Now, on top of that, we also have few more operators called Boolean operators and file test operators. So this is where let's go through and understand when to use these operators and how to use these operators. Okay, so more of the basics of that. Now this is when let's first take the first operator called arithmetic operator. Okay. So what do you mean by arithmetic operator? Your arithmetic operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. So those are the one. Now, whenever you are trying to run arithmetic operations, okay, now you need two values and an operator. Okay, so operator is nothing but a command, which is what you need to know. Okay, so to do a arithmetic operation, you need, or in general, any operation, you need minimum of two values and one operator. Okay, and when you are trying to run this, you need to put it using something called as a backtick. Okay, so in your keyboard, just below the escape button, you will see something called a wave symbol, right? So in the same thing, you will have this. So it is not a single quote, it's called as backtick. Okay, and you need to use one more command called expr, because shell or the script doesn't have the ability to directly do this operation. So it will be using one more small utility or a command called expr. Expr means expression. And you are going to tell what is that you are going to run. So the syntax will be within the backticks expr followed by a value, that is first value and second value, and between that the operator. Okay. and whenever you run, it will return a value. Now that, if you want, you can also store it into a variable. Okay. Now, to get it deeper, so let's first understand what are the different operators we have. So here I have mentioned, right, the operator in between. Now this is where these are the symbols that you can use for arithmetic operation. So if you want to add two numbers, you will be using plus. To subtract, minus, and to multiply, you use star. But again, star has a different meaning in Linux. That's the reason we will negate it by using backslash. So when you say backslash star, it means multiplication. And if you want to divide two values, you will say forward slash. Okay. And there is something called as modulus. Modulus means reminder of two values. Okay. So that will return. So let's first see this and then come back to the other ones. All right. Okay. Let me go to folder called operators. Okay. And here I have a script called arithmetic.sh. Now let's go through one by one and you will understand. So I'm defining a variable 1 with value 30 and then 20. First, what is that I'm doing? I'm printing everything. Now, anywhere, if you see a slash n, which means a new line character. Okay. So I don't want to print everything in the same line. So when you see the output, you will first get this on the screen, and after that, there will be one more new line. So that's where I've added by saying slash n. Okay, and now first look at this. So I'm saying expr and I'm taking $var. So what will happen with $var? It replaces it with 30. And then what it will do here? 20. And this is when we are using a plus, which means we are adding. And in order to run, you need to use this syntax of expr. And all of them, you are going to put it under backticks. So what will happen now? So this expr will take 30 plus 20, and that value will be returned and it will be stored into this variable. Okay. So now if I say var1 plus var2, that is $add. So what it should return? So it should return 30 plus 20, which is 50. So this is where what we are doing, we are adding. But again, remember, you are using expr and this is not single quote. This is backtick. Okay. So now whenever you use backticks, it will run the command and it will return the value. So that way we are trying to store the output of this, which is nothing but 30 plus 20, which is 50, and that will be stored into this variable called add. Okay. Same way, what is that here we are doing? So I'm taking the same two values and I am subtracting, and for that I'm using expr. However, I want to capture that value and store it into a variable, so I'm putting it into backticks. Okay, again I'm repeating it. Expr will help you to use the operators and run, but backticks will help you to execute the entire expr or the expression, return the value and store it into the variable called sub. So now when I print it, what should be the value of sub? 30 minus 20, which is 10. And this is where if I want to multiply two numbers, then same way expr, the first value and you will say star, but again star you need to negate, so that's why you're using backslash and then the second one, and that we are putting it into backticks. So 30 into 20, the value will be stored into a variable called mul or mul. So what is 30 into 20? Okay, fine. So now when you run it, it should print 600. Okay, okay. Then suppose if you want to divide two numbers, then you can see the same expr, the variable 1 divided by the second variable. Okay, so pretty much now what is 20 divided by 30? It will give you some point, but it will round off and you should see 0. Okay, what is 20 by 30? Point something, but this will round off, it will not give decimal values, it will give something like 0. And this is where the other interesting operator called modulus. So what will modulus do is, it is similar to your division, but it will return the remainder. Suppose if you divide two numbers, whatever the remainder is there, you want exactly that, then you will be able to use. Okay, now this is very useful in something like you want to find out whether a number is even or odd. Okay, so if you divide a number by 2, if you get remainder, what is it? If you get the remainder as some other value, then it is odd, because if any number divisible by 2, there should be no remainder, that is remainder is 0, then it is a even. So that way you can use this. Okay, so modulus will return you the remainder. Got it? And you can also pass one value of a variable to another. Now this is where here, what is that I'm doing? var3, a new variable, and I'm substituting the value of that as var1. So this is where very important to know is, wherever you have single equal to, it is substituting. Okay, so in this example, the value of var3 will be now 30, because var1 is 30 and you're substituting the value directly. Okay, so there's a different meaning between single equal to and double equal to. We will see the double equal to, but single equal means assigning or defining. Okay, so that way now it will print 30. Okay, so let's see how it works. You can see var1 is 30, var2 is 20. So when you add using the operator plus, it's 50, subtract is 10, multiplication is 600, and then your divisible, and whereas the modulus remainder is 20, and finally when you are substituting the value using single equal to, the value of variable 1 was stored in variable 3. Okay, so that's when, just to look at it again, remember you will use expr followed by the values. Again, we are not hard coding, so we are taking it from a variable, but you need to give the operator in between. Okay, so anytime from now onwards you want to do some operations, that is arithmetic operation, then use expr, put the values and use the appropriate operator, and if you want to store that value into a variable, then use backticks and store it into a variable. Okay, so what is that I have here? With that, now let's take a small example to see where you will use. Now let's say I want to write a shell script which will give me the average of three numbers. Okay, what is it? So I want to write a shell script which will give me the average of some three values. So How do you generate an average? Suppose if I have three numbers, so add three numbers divided by total number, that is 3. And that's where, so in this example, I have three variables with value 1, 2, 3. So what should be the average? 1 plus 2 plus 3, which is 6, divided by total number of values is 3. So 6 by 3. So average should be 2. So how do you do it? And this is where now I'm doing a sum in which it's not mandatory that you should add only two numbers. You can also add more than two. But anytime if you are having two values, there should be one operator. That's all. So here what is happening? You're adding all the three variables using expr and storing that value. So what will be sum now? 6. And then what is this average? And this is where you can see I'm saying expr dollar sum divided by 3. So this way, if I print, the average of these three variables will be 2. Okay, got it? So you will get different scenarios. So you should know when to use the operators. Okay. Now it's not like you will be writing some small script like this, but this is just for your example to understand. Okay. So anytime arithmetic operator, immediately remember expr, two values and the operator. So depending on what you want to perform, you are going to have a operator. Okay. Now we still have other types of operators, but however, before we use this, we need to have a scenario on when to use, because for an arithmetic operator you can directly say I will add two numbers. Okay, but if you try to take something like a relational operator, I want to compare whether one value is equal to another value, one value is not equal to, or both of them is greater than or less than. Now you need to use it under some condition. Only then it will be useful. You cannot directly say, hey, check whether one value is greater than other value. Why do you want to check? That is what will be the question. And that's where let's ballpark it for some time. And now we'll understand another topic called decision making or condition. We will know the syntax and then we will come back to all the operators and we will try to use. But if not, the basic of operators is to perform any operation, you will take two values and you will be giving a operator. So for arithmetic, it was plus, minus, percentage, and all those things. But if it is different other operators, that operator sign will change, which is what we need to know. Okay. Now that's where, for a minute, let's move into the next topic and then we will come back to the operators. So as of now, we only saw arithmetic operators. So the next topic what we have is called as decision making. Okay. So what is decision making? See, in a script, you have multiple commands that you have in sequence and it will be running everything one after the other. It is not mandatory that your shell script should run all the lines what you have given, because at times you want to decide whether a particular line should run or not to run. Okay, and you have to decide it during it is executing. Okay, now that is where in script you can put some logic. Okay, see, so far we didn't talk about logic, so now we are telling I don't want my script to run blindly all the commands or what we call it as statements. You can put some logic and tell when to run. So that is what we call it as decision making. Okay, so every line you have in the script, you can decide when it has to run. Now this is where whenever you say when it has to run, there will be some kind of condition. Okay, so there are different conditions you can choose. But now what you have to understand, if you have some lines that you want to decide and then run, so those lines are called as statement. And for that you can put a condition. Okay, and now only when the condition is returning a success or a true value, the script will pick that lines to execute. Okay, so that's what you can see in the diagram. Suppose if the condition is returning false, okay, then the lines will not be picked up for executing. So the script will just ignore that lines. Okay, and then it will just simply move to the next line. So like this, for what line or lines you want to put a condition and when it should run, we can decide. Okay, so to help you understand conceptually, see, we have something like this, right? Now, whatever you put the commands, it will be executing one by one. So now what you can do, you can pick whatever lines you want. Okay, whether it could be one line or multiple lines. Now, for example, something is like this. Let's not worry about what is the command. Now, default is it will execute 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. But I can now take some lines of my choice and I can put a condition. Okay, let's say I will put a condition and then I will say I want all these things to be executed. Now, when you run, it will run the line 1, and then before it has to run this line 2 and line 3, it will see that there is a condition. And if the condition is true, what will happen? Or it is returning success, it will come inside and it will execute these two. And once everything is done, then it will go to line 4 and line 5. Remember, only if it is true or success. Suppose if this condition is returning false or failure, then this will be entirely skipped. So then it will just execute line 1, line 4, line 5. So like this, you can put how many ever lines you want in condition, and I can put how many ever condition I want. Okay. So only when a condition is returning true or success, the lines associated it will be picked. If not, it will be skipped. Okay. So that is how during runtime you can tell the script what lines to pick up and whether it should run or not to run. And this is where the conditions what you are going to give is where you will be using the other operators. So the logical operators, test operators, sting operator. Okay, so that's the reason I said we will come back. But now, what is decision making? If you have a line or lines and you want to put a condition only when it is success or true, you want script to run that, then you will be using a decision making logic. Okay, and that is where the conditions what you give will be something like, a when one value is equal to another value, run it. If one value is greater than another value, then you run. Or if the string is equal to some value, run it, or not equal to. So that way you will use the operators, put the condition, and then decide what you want to run. All right, now when you execute decision making, there are three ways you can give decisions. Okay, now for that we will be using a new syntax called as if statement. If not, if is a command using which you can tell what condition. So the syntax for this will be, as you can see in the screen, you will say if followed by a condition in the square bracket, close it with then, and close it with fi. And between this if and phi, you will put all the lines that you want as the condition. So which is exactly what I was telling you here. If I compare, I have to put something like if, what is that condition you want? Okay, and close it. Now this is where I need to use those operators and decide, but here you can see it's a condition. So only when this condition becomes true, these lines will be executed. If not, it will just come back to the next line on this script, because everything will execute line by line. So script will read this together, and only if the condition is true, it will run anything that you have given. So for this, you will open the condition statement, you will close it. So which means I'm telling whatever is there between this is what I want you to run when the condition becomes success. Okay, so this is the default syntax. Now let's see how to use, and this is where we will use those operators and we will see how we can do conditions. Let me go to this folder called conditions. Okay, so we have plenty of them. Okay, let's take the first one. So now here I'm using a variable 1, value is 1, variable 2 is variable 0. Okay, first ignore the condition what I've given, but look at the syntax. Now, it'll execute this, it'll execute this, it'll execute this line. But before it is executing this line, I'm putting a condition. So this is where the first conditional statements we have given. So now, whatever the condition you have given here, only if it is returning success or true, it will run this. If not, it will not run. Okay, same way, you come here, there is a echo, but then once again I have given a condition. Only if this condition is true, it will execute it. Same way, I have one more condition. When this condition is true, it will run it. If not, it will skip. Okay, and this is where now whenever you just define a variable like this. So here I have not used any operator. So in script, that's your shell script, if there is a variable and it is defined, it will be considered as true. Because now when I say $var1, what will it return? 1. So it is defined and it is returning some value. Then the condition becomes true. Because there are some scenarios in which you will not be able to use any operator. In that case, just put the value of the variable. Okay. Suppose if that variable is not defined, then condition will become false. So if not, in scripting, remember, any value returned from a variable is called as a true value. So now this condition is true, so it will go ahead and execute this. So now when it is running, you should say true condition is getting printed, and after that it will print got a true expression value. Okay, and now in the operators that we were seeing so far, okay, in the arithmetic, we also had something called as equal and not equal. Now this is where I told you if you have a single equal to, it is assigning or defining. Now, if I want to compare if two numbers are equal, then you will be using the value double equal to and the second value. But what is that you note here? You are not returning any value, unlike your actual arithmetic operation like addition, subtraction, because addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, all those were returning some particular value like 20, 30, 50, 600, all those things it was returning, right? But here what we are doing, comparing. So in the comparing, it will not be returning the value. So that's where for this you don't need expr. Okay, so that's where for those arithmetic operations only you need expr. If not, All you need to know is two values and what operator. Now, this will also return, but it will just return true or false. And that's how your operators will be acting as the condition. So now, if var1 is double equal to, which means it is equal to var2, is it? If it is, it will return true. If not, it will be false. So in our case, is var1 equal to var2? No. So what will happen to this condition? It is not true. It will return false. So now if the condition is false, what will happen? It will skip. It will simply come to the last line and it will proceed further. So that way, it will never ever run this. Okay. The same way, look at this condition now. So what is that I'm telling? The condition I'm telling is if variable 1 is not equal to, so that is where we are using exclamatory equal and we are saying not equal. So in that way, is 1 not equal to 2? Is 1 not equal to 2? Yes, 1 is not equal to true. So now what will be the return value? It's a true. Because the condition you are saying is if it is not equal. Yes, it is not equal. So that's where now the condition becomes true. So what will happen? It will go inside and it will run. Now after this you have any other lines? Nothing. So that will be the end of the script. Or suppose for example dot func. This is bad thing with AWS. But anyway, okay. So I just put here end of script. So now when you run, what you should get? So it will run this line. This line will also run. This line will run, but it won't run this because condition is failing. It will run this. It will run this because condition is true and nothing else is there. So finally it will print end of script or EOS. See, check the values are equal, but it didn't run it. So let me show you that. You can see. Okay, so it ran, but when it comes to check if values are equal, so this condition is not true, so it's skipping, and after that it's simply going to the next line, which is check if values are not equal, and that is what you can see. Okay, so this is where only if the condition is returning true, whatever the statements you give will be executed. If not, it will skip. Okay. Now, this is the first way of running. Okay. Now, we also have another way of the statement called as if else statement. So what do you mean by if else? See, now what did we tell using if? If a condition is success, do something. But you will be having a scenario where, okay, if condition is true, do this. If condition is not true, we never told anything, so it was not capturing that situation. So for those kind of situation, you can use a new code called as if else statement, in which you can tell if condition is true what to do, if condition is not true what to do. So you can have both the scenarios, so that way your code will be performing in still a better way. So to do that, the same syntax, you will just add one more keyword called else, and then you give the thing that it has to do when the condition is false. So this way what will happen? If condition is true, the first block will run. If the condition is not true, you will have the second block. So that's where your automation will be better. Not just to tell, okay, if condition is true, run. If condition is not true, the earlier way we cannot achieve. But by adding this new syntax called if else statement, or we can also call it as block, you will be able to do both the things. If it is success, what to do? If it is not success, what it has to do. Okay. Now to understand this, so let's take another example. Okay, now it's a little big one, so I'll just show you one by one. Now, I'm trying to take both the relational operation in the condition, okay, and if else. So now, first, what I want to do, I want to show you whether the values what you have taken is equal to or not equal to or greater than or less than. Everything I want to do one by one. So that's where first we will take two values. A is 10, B is 20. So now what will arithmetic operator do? Add, subtract, minus, all those things will do. And it will just say whether it is equal to or not equal. But that's where your relational operators will be used when you want to check things like relation. Relation means, is it greater than or less than? Is it greater than and or greater than equal to or less than and equal to, right? So those kind of things, if you want to check, you can use the operator called relational. Now for the relational, you will not be using that plus minus. Instead, you will be using this words called hyphen EQ, hyphen NE, hyphen GT, LT, GE, LE. EQ means equal to. NE means not equal. GT means greater than. LT means less than. GE means greater than or equal to. LE means less than or equal to. So that's how these are relational operators. So that's the difference. For arithmetic, you have a different keywords. For relational, we have different keywords. And this is where, if you look at this, so first I'm using a condition. And what is this condition? $A equal to $B. Okay. Which means is 10 equal to 20. If it is true, what it has to do? I will print A is equal to B. Now this is where I am also using else. And here I am saying A is not equal to B. So when will this come? So when this condition is true, it will run this. If the condition is not true, it will simply come to else and it will run. So that way I can handle both. So in this situation, which one it will print? Condition is not true, so it will print A is not equal to B. So that is how you give it here. Now, the condition here I am saying is A equal to B. Now look at the next condition. So this is where the second operator is NE. So here I am telling is A not equal to B. So is 10 not equal to 20? True. Then this condition will true and it will execute. Will it come here? It will never come, because it will come to this place only if the condition is false. If the condition is true, it will execute this and it will move to the next code what we have. So that way here it should print once again A is not equal to B. And then I'm saying A greater than B. So what is A? 10. Is 10 greater than 20? So condition is false, so it will directly come here. So then it will say A is not greater than B. Suppose if A was greater than B, then it should have printed this. And then another condition. Is A less than B? Is 10 less than 20? Yes, condition is true, so it will execute. If it will skip the next one. Okay, the same way I'm using greater than or equal. So here is 10 greater than or equal to 20. No. So condition is false. So what it should print is not greater or equal to B. And now let's come to the last one. So what is the condition? Is A less than or equal to B, which is 10 less than or equal to 20? Yes. So it will print this. So typically it should say A is less or equal to B. Here A is not greater or equal to B, and here A is less than B, and here it should say A is not greater than B. So the same condition using different operators. And here A is not equal to B, and once again here A is not equal to B. Okay, so this is what it will do. So every time it gets disconnected. Now let's run this if else relational. So I'm using relational operators for the if else. See, it's not equal. Now let's just quickly cross check that also. Okay, so first one is A is not equal to B, and that's where you see. Okay, and then second condition is true, so it will run A is not equal to B, and that's where you can see this. And then for the third one, is A greater than B? No. So A is not greater than B, so else should be executed, and that's where you can see A is not greater than B. And then here is A less than B? Yes, so the first one should run, and you can see. And then A is not greater or equal to B, and that's what you are getting it, the else statement. And over here is A less than B? Yes, so the first if should get run, so A is less or equal to B. Okay, so if I change the values, everything will change. For example, let's quickly show you. Okay, now if I change this, okay, everything, the output will change. For example, let me change this to 20. Now if I run, you should see the output is entirely different. See, depending on the condition, the values will run. A equal to B, A equal to B, A is not greater than B, A is not less than B, but A is greater or equal to B. Same way A is less or equal to B. So that way you see the difference. Okay. So in the if else, you have a condition. If it is success, what to do? Else, what to do? So that way you can handle both of them. Okay. Now, let us also see the string operator, because now I showed you how to use the relational operator, equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than. But here we also had string operator, right? Suppose if you have a string and you want to check whether it is equal to, not equal to, whether the string is empty or not, then you will be using this operators. Okay, and for that, let's take this example. Once again, I'll take this up. So again, I'm taking two strings here. One is A, value is Adam, and I'm saying B is what technologies. Okay. So now earlier relational operator is for numbers. String operator is for string like what we have. So that is where if you want to compare two strings, what you will say? A equal to B. Okay. Is it right? We'll see. Now, if a value is not equal to another string, then you can say not equal to. Okay, so these are common. So that is where in this, if the condition is true, it will print this. If it is not, it will come here. Okay, so is Adam equal to WezvaTech? No, so it should print A is not equal to B. Same way, here what happened? Here in the second one, is A not equal to B? Yes, both the strings are not same. So it will print the first one, else will be skipped. Then, now these are some special operators we have for string. So if you have Z, hyphen Z and a string variable, if it is 0, it will return true. It will help you to check whether the string is 0. 0 means you don't have anything or it is empty. Okay. So hyphen Z will tell is it 0? If it is true. Suppose if you have passed some value and it is empty, then it is true and it will say string length is 0. Suppose if it has some value, then condition will be false, so it should print length is not 0. So that way you can find out whether a variable has a value or not. Same way, you can also use hyphen n, wherein it will also try to check you whether the number of characters what you have is null or it is having certain values. Okay, so both of them will help you to do the same with a small difference. And finally, the same way like how you had numbers. If I just say dollar and a variable which has string, it will return a value. If it is having a value defined and it returns, then it becomes true. If it is null or there is no variable, then it will give you a false. So that's how you can use these. Okay. So the same if else, you can make use of this. You can see A is not equal to B. So this is where you are using the operator. If you want to check not equal to, yes. So the condition is true. It's saying not equal to. But do you have some value? Yes, it's not empty. That's the reason it's saying string is not empty. Same way, using hyphen n, you are saying is there number of characters or not? Is it true? No, because it has some value. So that's the reason else statement is running. Okay, and finally it's also saying your string is not empty. Okay, so that's how. Now if you have a string, what you should be using is string operator. If you're having a number and if you want to have a relation, you will be using relational operator. Okay, so if it is a string, you should use these string operators. So that's when it's very important for you to know the operations, what you're doing, is it a number or a string, and based on that you would be using it. Okay. Okay, so we saw string. Now there is another thing that I want you to see is file test. Okay, now we saw arithmetic operator, relational operator, string operator. So there is also something called as file operator. So especially in Linux, when you're using a script, you will be handling lot of files. So you want to do some conditions based on the files. Okay, so then you will be using operator called file test. Now that also has lot of options. So let me show you those. Again, let's see one by one. Okay. Now here, in this example, I'm defining a variable called file and I'm giving a name of the file. It's just a dummy file I have in the same folder. Okay. So first, there is a condition and this is called as a file operator. And now if I say hyphen R and the name of the file, it will check whether the file has read permission. Okay, but for whom? For the user as whom you are running the script, because in Linux three options, right? One is for owner, group and others. So where is this checking? It is checking for the owner as whom you are trying to run. It's not for others or group. So if this file has read permission, condition will be true and it will return file has read. If not, it will simply say file doesn't have. So this is how you can find out whether a file has read permission or not and what you want to do. Same way, if you want to check if a file has write permission, use W. Again, it is for owner. So if the condition is true, that is, if the file has write permission for the owner, it will go to this condition and it will run. If not, else it will print file doesn't have write permission. Same way, if the file has execute permission, it will check for hyphen X, it is for owner. And same way, if else means if the condition is true, it will run this. If the file doesn't have, it will say else. Same way, if you want to check whether it is a normal file, not a directory or a symlink, then you can say hyphen F. Okay, so this will return if it is a file or a symlink or something else. So if it is a directory, it will say condition is false. If it is a file, it will say it's a ordinary file. And that's how you can also use another option called D. So D will help you to tell whether it is a directory or not, and also if the directory is available or not. Okay, so if you run that, if it is a folder and the folder is available, condition will return true. In our case, it's not a folder and it's not available, so it will say it is not a directory. So that way you can check if a file is available or a folder is available. Okay, and finally, you can also check whether a file is there and is it empty. Okay, so in those cases you can use hyphen S. S will check for the total size. Suppose if the file is available and it is having some content, it will return true. So that's where the conditions will return. Okay, now final thing is, you don't want to check whether the size of the file, but you just want to check whether the file is there or not. That's all. Then use hyphen E. See, there's a difference. Hyphen E will check if it is there or not. That's all. If it is there, it's true. If it is not there, it's false. But hyphen S means if it is there and the file has some content, it will return true. If not, it will say false. Okay. So this is where now you can see I have a text file here. So what does it have? For the owner, read, write only. So if I now run this, if okay, sorry, what was that? File test. File has read permission. File has write permission. File doesn't have execute. And it is a normal text file. And it's not a directory. And what is the content of this file? If you see, empty. So that is where it is saying file size is 0 and it has some existence. So now I'll do the same thing. I'll put some content. Okay, so now what do you have inside the file? Some content, and I will also give the permissions. Okay, I'm giving it only for the owner or the user. Okay, so that's the reason you should know where it is running. So now if I run the same script, file also has execute permission, and here it says file size is not 0. The earlier it was saying clearly, right? It was 0, and it says, so that's how you can use the file test operator. Okay, so this is also going to be handy because when you're running a script, you want to check for any properties of a file, then the file test operator will be used. Got it? Now, so far I was just showing you a combination of if else with different operators so that we are familiar with how to use arithmetic operator, string operator, relational operator, as well as file operators. Now let's actually come back to our condition. So in the statements I told you, if you use only if statement, you will have one condition and what to do if it is success. If you have if else, then if it is true, what to do, if not true, what to do. But what will happen, you will also have one more kind of scenario in which you are doing some condition. If it is not true, else, that is okay. But what if you want to have two conditions? Which means I'm saying logically, if my condition is true, run it. If it is not true, I want to run another condition and check whether it is true. And only when the second condition is not true, I should go to the else part. Okay, getting it? So that's where now the syntax, if you see, you will have the first condition, but if it is not true, before going to the else, you can also use another line called else if. That is, if the condition is true, else if the second condition is true, then run the statement. So that way, if the second condition is true, it will run and it will skip the else. Now, only if the first condition and the second condition is also not true, then it will come to the else. So that way, you can have better way of giving conditions. So check for a condition. If it is false, go to the else if condition and run that. And even then, if it is not true, go to the else. Okay. Now to understand this, let's take this. Okay. Now this is where I have two variables, variable 1, variable 2. Now I want to find out whether these two numbers are greater than or less than or equal to, right? See, I'm just telling, check whether variable 1 is greater than second one or less than or is it equal. If you use only if else, what will happen? I can check if it is greater than, print greater than, else it is not greater than. That's all, it will do only two. But now I also want to check for a third one, and that's where you see the condition. And what type of operator is this? Relational operator. Okay, so first condition I'm telling is var1 greater than var2. If it is true, then I'll print var1 is greater than. Okay, if the condition is false, it will immediately go to the else if. Now again I have given a condition. What is that? Is var1 less than var2? And suppose even if this condition is failing, then it will go to the else and blindly run. So now if I run, what it should print? Both of them are not true. It will say var1 is equal to var2. So watch this. Now same, if I change, let's change this to 4. Okay, so now it should run greater than. See, so it's just about changing the values. Same logic should work. See, at different levels, it will be executing. So that is how, if you want to have a scenarios where you don't just want to do if condition is true, then do that and directly else. So you can have if condition or else if as a second condition, and you can run. In fact, you know what? You can also have more than one else if. Okay, you can also have multiple else if. So only when all the else if condition is failing, it will go to the else part. Okay, so when you try to write some script, it will be very useful where you need to know first whether you need one condition or two conditions, and based on that, if else or if elif and then else. Okay, now when we talk about condition, there is one more type of operator that we have called as switch statement. Now again, it's a little advanced, but it will be useful on some scenarios where I don't have a condition. See, so far you were doing something on the decision making where you gave a condition like greater than, lesser than, or equal to, not equal to, and then decide whether to run or not to run. There will be some scenarios in which you don't have to do those relational operations, but you will give some value. Depending on that value, whether it is matching something, it should take care of some decision. So in those cases, we will be using something called as switch statement. So first look at the syntax and I'll explain. So in the switch statement, you need to pass some value. Okay, and this is where it will try to compare this value, and you can give different decisions what you have to take. It is like you give a value, and I will say if value matches something, do an activity. If value matches something else, and do some other activity. Okay, so if you look at this, if the value what you are passing is matching some pattern means a string anything, then do some activity. If it is not matching, go and run some other activity. Suppose the value what you have given doesn't match any of the pattern, then it will go to the star, like the else. So here you are not going to use your logical operator or string operator or file test operator. It is just going to compare some value. Is your value matching some pattern, then do this. If not, come to the else and do. Now for that, the syntax will be start with the keyword called case, a variable that you want to pass, and in is the standard, and then the pattern. Now to understand, let me take you this example. Okay, so in this example, all I'm trying to do is pass a variable with a value, and depending on what string you have passed, it will just try to print the name of the fruit. So here you can see the syntax is case, what variable you are passing, and for each of the value, if the value of this variable matches banana, it needs to print this. If it matches apple, it needs to print this. If it matches grapes, it needs to print. And finally, if the value doesn't match with anything, then it will simply go to star and it will print like a else statement. So here there is no condition. It's just a simple string pattern matching. And another thing you need to know is in the syntax, when you open a case pattern, you should always end it with 2 semicolon, which indicates you're completing the definition of the first statement or the first pattern. So that's where everywhere you see it's closing. So now if I run the same script, it will say the first one. So you can see none of the others got executed. Like how you have a condition, because in the condition it goes through everything, whereas here it will take the statement, which case matches the pattern, it will run only that. Suppose if I just switch this, instead of banana, I'll say orange. So now, is it matching any of the pattern here? No. So then simply it will come to star and it should print not a fruit. Okay. So once again, we need to know on what scenario whether if I have to use some values and put some kind of relational operator or your string operator or file test or arithmetic, then you go with if or if else or if else elif. But if you have some kind of pattern matching depending on which you want to run some decision making, then you can use switch. Okay. What we'll do, let us take an example, okay, and we'll put everything together so that we will understand it little better. So pay attention. Again, it's going to be a little big script. So what I want to do in this, I want to run a script in which I will pass a parameter or an argument. Okay, the arguments will be something like add, subtract, or multiply. So it should be something like this. You have the script name. Okay, so I will say script. Okay, followed by add. If I say add, it should ask me two numbers, add and return the value. If I say subtract, it should take two values, subtract and then run. So this is when now I will give a value, and depending on that I want a decision to be taken. So now my code will have all the three logic, right? To add a number, to subtract number and multiply. I will add all the three, but I need to take a decision on which code to run. And this is where what kind of decision statement I should use. I cannot use if here or if else. So we will use switch. Okay. And this is where, if you look at the logic, first I'll go through the code completely. You have a case, and what is that we are doing? A variable called operation. And this is when if you go up, I'm taking $1. So what is $1? Whatever I pass here, subtract or multiply. So if I pass any of this, okay, just pay attention. So if it is add, I'm going to do something. If it is subtract, some activity. If it is multiply, some activity. And if I pass something else, it is not add, subtract or multiply. If I give some other string as an argument, it should come here and it should say invalid operation. Okay, so this is where I can use case. Okay, so this solves my first requirement. So you pass, based on that I will compare and take a decision. But however, now let's see other code what we have seen so far. Okay, now this is where we will use special variables. So we saw some special variables and positional parameters. Now how do I confirm if a user is running the script? What if he forgot to pass a value? Which means, what if he runs the script like this? Is it correct? No, I definitely want him to pass any of the value. But how do you make sure that they are passing? And this is where I'm using a condition. And in the condition, what is that I'm doing? Dollar hash. So what will dollar hash do? Return the total number of arguments. So I am using a relational operator. So I am telling, if the total number of arguments is not equal to 1, then condition is false. Now this is where, if a person runs like this, then what is the total argument? 0. So in all the cases, one argument will be there. So now If someone passes argument, then this condition will be false. So when this will be true, when the user runs the script without passing anything. So then dollar hash is not equal to 1, true. Then what I'm doing, I'm printing a message that please pass an argument, and I'm saying exit 1. Exit means stop the script and come out. So that way, if a user runs the script now, with the help of condition and your special variables and relational operator, I'm deciding whether to proceed further or not. Okay, so let's run this as of now and I'll show you. We'll run this all examples. Okay, and now if I don't pass anything, it will give me a message saying please pass a argument. Okay, so that's where I have to make sure I am passing any one of them. So to have a control, we are using this first one, that is dollar hash not equal to 1. So this gives me how to use it. Okay, fine. Now suppose a user is passing something like add, subtract or multiply, then it will not go inside this. Next it will say enter a value. Now this is where if you want user to pass some value during runtime, then there is a function called as read followed by a variable name. So if you give this, what will happen? During runtime, your shell script will ask the user or prompt the user to enter a value. So you can enter some values. Because what is that script I said? I will tell whether to add or subtract or multiply, and it should take two numbers and then do that action. Now this is where a user is passing a value. But once again, what if by mistake, without passing a value, he pressed enter? Then it will be storing a null value, right? So now for that, again I'm using a condition. So here I'm using a, what is that hyphen z? We just saw, right, string, whether it is null or not. So now if user has just pressed enter without a value, it will be empty and it will become true. Here I will say please enter a valid first number and exit. So that way I'm making sure user is entering a value. Okay, and then if it is valid, then we will go to second and read it and once again do the same activity. So this is how we will take the values and we will validate and then finally come here, and this is where if you have entered add, what I'm doing, expr adding two numbers and I'm printing the value. If you say subtract, expr subtract and return the value. If you say multiply, multiply those two numbers and value. Suppose if you have passed some other string, then I will say invalid operation. Okay, so now look this in action. I have not passed, so it is saying pass. So let's say if I pass add. Okay, first you have passed it properly. Now it is asking me enter a number. By mistake, if I just press enter without a value, it will clearly say enter a valid first number. So I have to enter a number, only then it goes to the second. So even in the second, by mistake, if I say enter without a value, it will say enter a valid number and it will stop. Okay, so again I will run. So 1, 2, and when I have pressed both the values, using the case statement, it is deciding what it has to do. So it is adding those two numbers. Now same way, suppose if I say subtract, I can give some number, right? Spelling is correct or not? Subtract. It gives 3 minus 1 is 2. And that's where, like you see, if I give anything else, it reads, but end of the day, it says it's I mean, it's not 100% perfect logic, but this can help you to know whatever that we have seen. So using conditions, different kind of operators, your special variables, and using if else as well as switch case. Got it? Okay, fine. So there's only one thing left in this, that is the Boolean. Now, what is Boolean? Now, when you have a condition, that's a difference. It's not that Boolean. In shell script, you can have more than one condition at every level. So I'm not talking about if else. In the if only, what if you have two things to compare? Or I have to check one is greater than, the other one is less than. So if I want to have more than one condition, then we will be again using some kind of operators, which is and or. So typically in shell we call it as Boolean, but if not, it's these are logical operators. So if you have two conditions, only if both are true, then you will be using and. If you have two conditions, if any one of them is true, if it is sufficient, then you put or operator. And that's where if you look at this code, A is 20. Now here, what is that I'm doing? I'm having two conditions, and when if I use hyphen A, it represents and. So in the and operator, both the conditions should be returning true. So when will this run the first one? If A is less than 100 and B is greater than 15. Is it true? Is A less than 100 true? Yes. Is B greater than 15? True. So now if both of them are true, it will run here. So it will skip the else. So in the and, both the conditions should be true. If any one is fail, it will not run. Now look at this. Is A less than 100? True. Is B greater than 25? No. So now this is true, this is false. So because of that, and will say no. Both of them has to be true. So the overall return value is false. So it will run this. Okay, because it returns false. Same way you can use or. So or means if any one of them true, it is sufficient. So here, is A less than 100? True. Is B greater than 100? False. But one is true, another one is false. So in the or operator, this or that, if any one is true, it is true. So now it will go to the true statement. Whereas come here, is A less than 5? False. Is B greater than 100? False. So in the OR operator, when everything is false, still it is false. If any one of them is true, is true. So that's where the example is both are true, it will run. If one of them is false in the AND, it will not run. In the OR operator, if any one of them is true, condition is true. If both are false, only then it will be false. So now if you try to run, this is true, but this is false. This is true, this is false. So that's when, if you have multiple conditions and you want to combine, you will be using the Boolean operator, that is and or. In and, all the conditions should return true. Only then the total or the final condition is true. In the or operator, if any one of the condition is true, it will run. Okay. So let's go through the remaining concepts like loops, functions, redirection, and capturing output. So in scripting, we have a concept called loops. Okay. So generally, what do you mean by a loop? Loop means circle or repeating the same task again and again. Okay. That is what we call it as loop. So why do you need loops in your script? So when you are trying to automate some task, there might be some necessary where the same set of code or the statements needs to be executed again and again multiple times. Okay. So in those scenarios, when you know that the same code has to be repeated multiple times, then in order to get that functionality, you should be using a syntax called as loop. Okay. Now, how to achieve? So to do a loop, you need to have a set of code and you need to give a condition. So it is like if the condition is satisfying and the return value of the condition is true or success, the code will get executed. Okay. But it will not just stop there. It will once again try to run the same code and once again it will check for the same condition. Okay. So if you take the previous decision making, so what was the concept in that? You have a condition. If the condition is true, it will run once and then it will go to the next line of code. Whereas in the loop, as you can see the diagram, there will be a condition and there will be some set of code or statement. However, when the condition is true, code will get executed, but instead of going to the next set of code, it will once again go back to the condition and it will check. Okay. So how long it will check? Until it is returning false. So that is how the same set of code will be repeated again and again and again until a condition is true. Okay. So this is how what you can do. We can set up a loop and tell script on how long you want a particular set of code to be executed again and again. So whenever you hear loop in scripting, you need to remember two things. One is what is that line of code you want to run, and second thing is what is that condition you will give so that when the condition is true, it will get executed. Okay. And when you run certain things in loop, again remember it will be executing it in sequence means first it will run once and then again it will check the condition. If it is true, again it will try to run. Okay. Now each time when it tries to execute that code or the block of code once is called as one iteration. Suppose in the loop you are executing the code 5 times, then it's called as 5 iteration. So iteration is nothing but one time it's going through the circle of all the code. Okay. So when we talk about loops, there are multiple syntaxes you can use or different ways in which loops can be achieved. Okay. One of the most common syntax which we use is called as while loop. Okay. So here the syntax is, as you can see in the screen, you will start with the keyword called while and you will give a condition, and then you will use a keyword called do and done, and within that you will be giving the code or the statements. So as the name says, while the condition is true, understand? While the condition is true, do this. So what will happen if you give a condition? When the code comes here, is it true? First it will check. Okay, if it is true, it will go inside and whatever the statements you have given between do and done, it will repeat. Now once it is done, it will once again go back to the when line and again it will check for the condition. So that way scripting has the ability to keep on running it. Now while using loops, you have to be careful. If the condition never becomes false, then what will happen? it will go into a infinite loop. Script will never complete. It will be running again and again. So it is our responsibility to make sure the condition is given in such a way at some point of time it should fail. Only then the code will come out of this while block. If not, it will be executing again and again until the condition is true. So that's where while means when the condition is true, only then it will go inside and it will start running, and it will continue to run while the condition is true. Only when the condition is returning false, it will try to come out of the done, and then any code after the done it will try to execute. Now let's take a example for this. So let me connect back to the machine. I'll go to the examples folder. Okay, so let's take the first example. Now, what I want to do is print numbers from 1 to 9. Okay, so here I want to just print numbers. Now, this is where I can just say echo 1, echo 2, echo 3. Now, instead of that, what we are going to do, I'm going to use a variable called count, and I'm assigning the value 1. And I'm putting a loop in which first I'm giving a condition while count is less than or equal to 9, I have to do something. So until this condition is true, it will be executing whatever you have given between this block. And when will it come to the line that you have at the end? Only when the condition is not true. So until then, it will be executing the same code again and again and again. Okay. So the condition what I have given is count is less than equal to 9. Okay. Now, inside this, all I'm trying to do is print count equal to the value. Now, if I give only this line, what will happen? Is count less than equal to 9? Yes, it will come inside and it will print 1. And once again, it will go back here. It will try to check. And again, is 1 less than equal to 9? Yes. So it will become a infinite loop. And that is where my need is to print only values 1 to 9. So when will this condition fail? The condition will fail when the value of count is 10. Correct? Until then it will work. So how can I achieve? So that's the reason you can see I am putting in the loop where count equal to count plus 1. So now if you understand the logic, the first time count will be 1, 1 less than 9, yes, it will go inside and print the value, and it will come to the second line, and now it will increment it. So now count will be 2. So it will come here. Once it is done, it will once again go to the same line, and here now the value of count is 2. Is 2 less than equal to 9? Yes, it will come here, it will print 2, and then it will go inside and now increment, so it will become 3. So now again it will come to this done and go back to the condition. So now 3 is less than 9. So this way it keeps on going. When the value is 9, it will print value is 9, and then it will come here, and now count will be added 9 plus 1 and 10. So now when it goes back to the condition, here is 10 less than equal to 9? No. So the condition is false. So only at that time it will come out and it will start running the remaining code. So this is how this code will print line 1 to 9, and each time it is executing this code inside the do and done is called as one iteration. So totally this goes through 10 iterations. Okay, printing numbers 1 to 9. Now here If I just go ahead and execute this and see, same line of code is getting executed again and again until a condition is matching. When the condition is false, only then it will just come out of it and it will run the remaining code. The remaining, I have just one line called end of script, so it's getting printed. So this is how, in a while loop, while the condition is true, run. While the condition is not true, don't run, come out and start running the remaining code. Now this is where you can actually use the debug option that we were talking yesterday. So I edit this, okay, and I set Vx where it will be printing every statement on the screen, so you can kind of understand how it is going through. Now you see how debugging works. See, it takes count, then it is going to this loop, and in this loop, the first line of condition, value of 1 less than 9. Then it comes inside here, so that is where it is trying to say echo, and now count is 1, but you are trying to do a expr 1 plus 1, and that's where now count become 2. See how clearly it tries to give you if you use this debugging option. So now count is 2. So once again, it goes back to the condition, and that's where it is checking. It's 2 less than 9, and it prints your 2, and then it adds. So now count becomes 3. So then again count comes to the condition here, and here now they are checking with is 3 less than equal to 9. So this is how it keeps on going. Now look at the last one. When it comes to the ninth value, is 9 less than equal to 9? Yes. So it will print count, and now count is incremented. So count becomes 10. So now it goes back to the condition, and in the condition, now is 10 less than equal to 9? No. So that's where, while the condition is true, run. If the condition is false, come out, and then it goes to the last line of the code. Okay. So this way, you can try to run the same code again and again while the condition is true. Now there is another way of achieving the same loop using another keyword called until. Okay. Now even here, if you see the difference between the earlier syntax and now, the only keyword changing is until. Now what is the difference between while and until? So it's in the name how you tell. While condition is true, which means first time to even run that, only if the condition is true, it will go inside. But until will also run until the condition fails. See, there's a difference. While condition is true, run. Here, until condition is false, run it. Okay, which means for the first time, until will not check for condition, it will go ahead and just run. Okay, so that's the only difference. So if you want the first time also to check for condition, then use while. If not, for the first time you just want to run, but from the next time you want to make sure condition is there, then use until. Or in the other way to tell, until runs until the condition becomes true. Okay, so that's the reason first time it will just run. So now look at the difference. So let's take the next code, which is until. So almost the syntax is same, but what is that we have given? So A is 10, and a loop that I'm saying $a less than 10. Okay, so which means if 10 is less than 10, No. So what happened? It becomes false. So here until means run this code until the condition becomes true, which is kind of opposite of while. So in while, what did we tell? While the condition is true, run it. Okay. Whereas in the until, while the condition becomes true, run this. Okay. So it's a small difference in how do you tell it. Okay. So now, is the condition true or false? It's false. So what it will do? It will go inside, and I'm just doing the same activity, a printing, and I'm adding a. So what will it do? It will also print the loop from how many times? So over here, if I run, what's the value of a? Is 10 less than 10? No. It goes inside and it will try to run a. So what is the value of a? What is the value of a now? 10. But here 10 plus 1, 11. So it comes back here. Is 11 less than 10? No. Again comes here and it runs. So now what is the value of a? 12. Is 12 less than 10? No. So what happens now? It becomes a infinite loop. Okay. Now to change this, if I put it up, a is a minus 1. Then what happens if I say a is a minus 1? Once you come here, a becomes 9. Okay. And then when the condition goes back here, is 9 less than 10? True. So let's see what happens here. Okay. Just printing once. Now we can also check that here. I'll put the same set. And to make it a little better, I'll put the value as 13. Okay. And now see what happens. So how many times it's executing? Until the condition becomes true, it's going to run. So this way, now without this, if I run, now you will see the difference. So a is 13, it goes down. Now we are reducing a minus 1, so it becomes 12. Is 12 less than 10? No. So condition is false, it runs, but automatically when it comes to 10, 10 minus 1 is 9, so 9 is less than 10. So the condition becomes true and it won't run. Okay, and that's what you can see here is happening. So this is the code, so it keeps decrementing or decreasing. So the difference is while will run if the condition is true, until will run until the condition becomes true, which means if it is false it will run, if it is true it will not run. That's the reason I said first time until will run it, only then we will try to decide. Now in the beginning itself, if I put the condition, what if I put the value of a is 1, then until this becomes true, is 1 less than 10? Yes, so condition is true, so it will not even go inside. See this? Didn't even go inside. So this is where the difference is. Until will run until the condition becomes true. So this is where when you are putting a loop, it's completely up to us to decide on a condition, whether you want to run the loop while the condition is true, or you want to run it until the condition becomes true. Okay, which means until will check, if it is false it will run, if not it will come out. Okay, so that's the difference. But if not, syntax is going to be almost the same. So whether you use while or until, the condition would be given. Okay. So again, if it's confusing, you don't even have to use until. So it's not mandatory, but it again depends on us. How do you use the condition? Okay. Now there is a third type of syntax for loops in scripting is called as for loop. Okay. So when you use while or until keyword, you need to give a condition. And in the condition, you will be using some operators, right? String operator, your Boolean operators, or your logical, arithmetic, whatever you want, you can use. Now, this is where, what if you have a requirement in which you want to loop some code and you don't want to use a condition, but you want to loop against some values. So, what do you mean by that? For example, I want to print name. Okay. Now, I want to print name of 5 people. So, how many times I want to put this print or the echo statement? 5. Why 5? Because there are 5 values, right? So that way, if you do not have a condition and you want to loop some code against some given values, then while or until will not be useful. So in those cases, you will be using for loop. Okay. So when to use for loop? So if you want to loop or iterate some code when you have a list of values, and this is where the syntax is, instead of using while or until keyword, you will use a for. And for the keyword, you will say a variable name in which each of the values that you are passing will be stored. And then you will use a keyword called in and what are the values. So here, if you look at the first line, the meaning of it is like, hey, for each of the value that you have passed in this list, okay, do some activity. So this way, first iteration, the value of the variable will be substituted with value 1. For the second iteration, value of the variable will be substituted with 2, and then 3. So that's how, for each iteration or each time the loop goes in, the value of the variable will be picking one by one the value you have passed. So that's how many values you have given, that many times the iteration or loop will happen. So here, let's take this example. So all I'm doing here is I have for where I is a variable. I can give any name. Okay. Now in some values. So I'm passing 5 values. And all I'm doing in this script is printing the number. Okay. So if you just run, all it will do is 1, 2, 3. So it's kind of running this line 5 times, and each time, what is the value of I? It will be taking one by one from here. Okay. So this is where, if you do not have a condition and you have some set of values against which you want to run, then you can use for loop. Okay. So that's where, now when you do loop, you need to think, do I have a condition, and in that, only when the condition is true I want to execute the code, then use while block. Suppose if you want to run some code again and again, where only when the condition is failing, but when the condition becomes true you don't want to run, then use until block. Wherein a situation where you do not have any conditions, but you have some values, depending on how many values are there, that many times you want to run the loop, then use for block. Okay. So that's the 3 things you need to use. Now So we saw these three blocks. Now what happens, you have a block and you are using a while block and you're going to run it again and again based on a condition or based on a value. Okay. Now there will be some scenarios in which you have to run the loop, but you need to control the loop in between, which means instead of allowing the loop to completely run over a fixed number of iteration, if you want to stop it in between, okay, based on some scenarios or some condition, then in shell script there are two keywords using which you can control your loop. That's why we call it as loop control. So as of now, what did we saw? Whether we use while, until, or for loop, it will keep on running either for a given value or for a given condition. Like let's take for example while loop. While the condition is true, it keeps on running. So it will come out only when it is failed. But what if you don't want to run the iteration or loop for some values? So in that case, you can use two keywords. One is called as break, another one is called as continue. Now what's the difference? So when you use break, okay, so whenever the script sees this word break, it will completely stop the entire loop. Like you can see in the diagram, what it will do is break means it will completely come out of the loop. Like it will go to the last iteration. For example, if you have 10 iterations that you want to do, if you are using a break in the third iteration, as soon as the shell script sees break, what it will do? It will skip all the iterations. It will exactly come out of the loop. So it won't even go to the next iteration. So break means completely come out of the loop and then go ahead with the remaining code in the script. But if you use continue, wherever the script sees continue, only that iteration or loop it will miss. For example, the same if you use continue for the third iteration alone it will not run. It will go to the next fourth iteration and that will be running. Okay. So what is the difference? We will see practically. So let's take a code now. Okay. So first thing, what I want to do, I want to run the script to loop until some values is there. Okay. Now this is where I want to print it from 1 to 10. Now over here, if you look at the syntax, I'm saying A is 0 and we are using a while block. So what do you mean by while? While a condition is true, run. While it is false, don't do. Okay. So is A less than 10? 0 less than 10? Yes. So it will come inside and now I'm printing A and this is where I'm using a condition. What is that I'm saying in the condition? If A is equal to 5 and break. Okay. So whenever it sees a break, it will completely come out to the last line of the iteration and it will then go further. It will not go again to the condition. Okay. So break means that loop will be stopped completely then and there. If it is not, then it will come here and continue doing the condition. So this is how, when the value is not 5, it will print. So if I run this output, you should see what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. But when the value of A is 5, it will come here and the condition is true. So it will go inside and it will say, I'm coming out of the loop and break, which means it will never go back to the further things or it will never go back to the condition. It will completely stop the loop and it should print end of line or end of script. Okay. So break means come out of the loop and proceed with the remaining things in the script. So see this. is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But as soon as the 5 is hit, I'm giving a break. So that's the reason I'm giving a condition. So now if I say the example of the script is print only 1 to 5, don't print beyond it. Okay. So like this, if you have a scenario at some point you want to completely come out, if a condition is true, then put the break inside the condition and it will come. Now if I don't put the condition and directly give break, what will happen? The first time itself it will come out. That's the reason I've just given only for 5. Okay. So break means completely come out of the block of the loop and go with the remaining code. Now the same, what if I don't want to come out? I just want to skip only that iteration, not to do the remaining activity. For example, after this line of code, what do you have in this loop? You are adding. Okay. Suppose if you want to skip only one iteration, then you can use something called as continue. And this is where let's look at this code. Okay. All right. Now for this example, what I'm going to do, I have some numbers. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What I want to do is I want to print I have found odd number. Okay. But if it's an even number, I should not come to this line and then print it. Because if you run something, it will run everything line by line. Correct? So which is where now I have these many values, so I'm putting it into a for loop. Now there is no condition, but I want to run it 7 times, so that's the reason I'm putting it into for loop. And in the for loop, what is this I'm trying to do? I'm taking the modulus, which means reminder. So is this number divisible by 2, and if the remainder is 0? So that's what I'm capturing it into a variable called q. So if q is equal to 0, that means number is even. For odd numbers, it will be not 0. So that way, only for even number, q will be 0. So the condition will be true. It will go inside and it will print number is even, skipping the iteration, continue. So as soon as you say continue, what it will do? It will skip all of them. It will come here and then go to the next iteration. So that is how when you say 1, it will come here, it will not run this, it will print found number 1. But when it comes to 2, it will go inside and it will print found even number, continue. That means it will not print this for 2 or 4 or 6. Okay. So that's how, if you say continue, see, 1 end of line, and when it is coming here, it kind of skips. So this is how what happens for odd number, it comes exactly and prints the end of line. Whereas if it's an even number, you can see it doesn't come to the last line. That is EOL. See, EOL means end of line for your loop. So when is this end of line coming? Only if it is reaching until the end, and that is only if the number is odd. If the number is even, you can see it just skips. So again it goes back from the beginning, and only for the odd it comes to the last line. So that's where continue will skip it and immediately go back to the first line of the condition. So it will skip only that iteration, after that whatever is there. And that's how only when all the 7 times it is executed, it will come to the last line called end of script. Getting the difference? So break means it will come out of the entire loop, which means it will not run any more iterations. Continue means it will not run that iteration whatever is pending, but it will skip that iteration and go to the next iteration from the beginning. Okay, that's the difference. So it will just continue from skipping only one iteration, or the best way to think is continue will skip one iteration and it will run the remaining, whereas break means it will completely skip all the iterations and it will come out of the loop. Okay. Okay. We saw for, while, until, and we also saw how to use the control. Now here, sometimes you will might have some advanced requirement where you want to have a loop inside a loop. Okay, so you are running some iteration, and inside that iteration you want to have another loop. So it is possible to have a loop inside a loop. So this is something advanced that you want to see. Now to understand it, let's me first show you an example. Okay, I'll run the script and see what is the output. Okay, it's all stars, but here you can see there is a pattern. It's printing 1 star and then 2 stars and 3 stars, 4 stars. So now here, in order to achieve, again I've put it as one line to differentiate it. So basically, how do we achieve it? So now let's take the output from here to here. So now what is that you see here? So there is some stars. The first thing is, how many lines are there? 5 lines are there. So I need to print stars. How many lines? 5 lines, which means I need to put some loop which will run 5 times. Okay, so that means definitely there is a loop, but in every line that you want to print, what you can see, there is something incrementing. So the number of stars is incrementing. So first line 1 star, second line 2 stars, third line 3 stars, same way fourth line 4 stars, fifth line 5 stars. So now you want to print stars for 5 times, but for each line, depending on the line number, that many times it has to print. So line number is 1, 1 star. So line number is 2, 2 times. So that is where now I need one loop to print 5 lines, but in each line I need to use one more loop to print my stars. So that is where here we call this as a nested loop. Nested means one inside another. So we will now have two blocks, which is your loops. One loop will run for 5 times, but inside that, how many times to run depends on the line number. Okay, and that's when let's look at the code. Okay, so now let's just look at one and then we'll go to the remaining. Now to achieve this, I have used two variables. A is 0, B is 0, and first I'm putting a while block. And in the while block, what is that I'm saying? While A is less than 5. Okay, and look at the last two lines, not this, look at this. A is equal to A plus 1. So now, how many times this will run? 5 times. So that way I have 5 lines. So now this parent loop will help me to run whatever I have given inside it for 5 times. So that way, if you want 6 lines, I will change this to 6. Okay. So that is one loop. But now we wanted something to print the stars depending on the value. And that's where I'm using one more variable called B and I'm assigning it as 1. Okay. So now I'm using a character star. You can put it anywhere. Now look at the second loop. So this is where the second loop I'm telling, when B is less than or equal to A, do something. Okay. So now what is the value of B? 1. Is 1 less than equal to 1? Yes, it will go inside and forget about this. Now what is B now? Adding B is 1 plus 1. So what is B now? 2. Okay. So now once it is finished, condition will come here. So what will be the value of B now? 2. Is 2 less than equal to 1? Because A is 1, right? So what happens to the condition? It's failed. So now, how many times you went through the loop? One time. So when your A is 1, you are going through this one time. So now, it will come back. A will get added. So what is A is now? 2. Okay. So once again, B is 1, A is 2. Is B less than equal to 2? Yes, it will go inside, and first time it went in. So now B will be added 2. Okay. Now comes back condition. Is 2 less than equal to 2? Yes. So it went inside, and second time iteration happened. So now what is the value of B? 3. Is 3 less than equal to 2? No. So now when A is 2, how many times the loop went in? Child loop? 2 times. So the same way, when the A is 3, this loop will go to 3 times. So this is how, using this child loop, I am trying to go through how many times the value of A is there. And this is where I am trying to append this character. Okay. So now I have mentioned character is equal to star. So what happens here? Character equal to star space dollar $char. So whatever is already there, it will try to run. Now let's kind of see it here and we'll analyze. Okay. So let's take first A is 0 and B is 0. So watch this. Now when it comes here, condition is true. So in the first while loop, okay, condition is true. Okay. Now it will go inside. Now B is 1. Okay. And character equal to star. Okay. Now there is another condition. So in this condition we are saying is B, or let's take here 0, right? So 0 less than 5. Okay. Now here, what is B? Is 1 less than equal to 0, right? So first time it will not run. So when A gets incremented, so that's where condition fails. Now A is equal to A plus 1. So A becomes 1, 1. 0 plus 1 first time. So now one iteration is over. Now the first while block. Okay. Now what is A? 1. Is 1 less than 5? Yes. And now again B comes 1, character equal to star, and then the condition. What is the condition now? Is 1 less than equal to where 2? What is the value of A? A is 1. So is 1 less than equal to 1? Yes. So it will come here, and now character equal to star and space dollar character. So what is dollar character now? Whatever you have, star. Okay. So now it has to run, it won't run. So the loop gets over, but it will come to the next iteration where you have incremented the value. So this is how it keeps on running, and you can see that for every new line it would be keep on adding. Okay. Now, so what we will do, I'll just copy. Okay, while it comes, let me show you the other one. So from here to here, okay. So I'll copy this nested to test.sh. I'll remove these code. So I have only this loop. So I'll set verbose mode. Now let me run this test.sh. So you should see how it is printing. So this is your loop, but look at this. The first parent loop, it goes inside. This is a child loop. Condition is not matching, so it doesn't do anything, just prints only the star. However, the next time A is getting added, so then it goes to the loop. So there is only one time, so character is star star. Then your B is incremented, but condition doesn't fail, so it doesn't do anything. So it comes out. So now your A is getting added once again. So now is 2 less than 5? Yes. So this is where second loop comes in, and you can see the character got added. Now B is also getting incremented. So 2 less than equal? Yes. So that's where you're getting 3 stars. So this is how it keeps on appending, and it goes until your 5 times. Okay. Now the same code, if you look at the opposite. Now this is where I have used a combination of both while and until. So the second half was same way. I wanted to print it 5 times, but I wanted to reduce the number of stars. So that's where what I have done, I've used while loop also, just for you to understand both. Now this time, what is the condition? Until A is less than 0. Okay. Is A less than 0? So what is the value of A when it comes out here? 5, right? So is 5 less than 0? False. So it will go inside. So when it will not run? Only when the condition is true. And this is where, for this loop, what I am doing, now the value of A is 5. So I am going to reduce. So that's the reason at the end I have reduced it to -1. So A will be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And when it becomes 0 and less, this condition will become true, and then until loop will stop. So that way it will still run only 5 times. Now inside this, the same concept, what I'm doing, I'm going through iterations where I'm taking C and keep on incrementing the C, the number of times the values. So that's where the first time value of A is 5. So when will this C will be less than 5? Until 5, because when it becomes 5, is 5 less than 5? No. So the condition will fail. So that's the reason here first time it will print 5 stars, and then 4 stars, 3, 2, 1. So that's how it is going to be. Okay. So now if you look at the code and now run it, you'll get. So this is one good example that you can again think of having while and until. In both the things, small change. Here I'm incrementing and I'm using while to say while the condition is true, run. And in the opposite here, until, what is that we are doing? Until it becomes true, you run. So that means when the condition is false, it will try to run. Okay. So this is where we used typically 4 loops here. To achieve this first half of the star, a loop inside a loop. The same way to achieve this, we used a while and until. So basically while was inside until. So that's what we call it as nested. Okay. So you can also have that. Okay. So now we saw different kinds of blocks, how to use. Now let's take an example of putting everything together, what we have seen so far. Okay. So, all right. Now this is the code. So what is that I'm going to do? I'm trying to take average of some given numbers. Same example what we saw in the last class, but with a small twist. Earlier, we were giving some hard-coded value, right? So I gave two values or three values, it ran. But now what I want to do is I want to take input from user, as many values the user gives until he keeps giving the value. You should take it, and when he says I don't want to give any more values, then you take all those values and do the average of that. And this is where what we are going to do, we are going to use loops with conditions. Okay, so that's where now just pay attention. So I'm creating three variables: sum, something called as answer, and then count. So answer, I'm giving it as y. Y means yes. First, I'm going to this loop. So in this loop, I'm telling when answer equal to y. So while this is true, it will go inside. So that's the reason I'm making this variable by default value as y. Okay. So first it will go inside. Now here, what is that I'm giving? Now I'm trying to check count is not equal to 0. We will see why I have given that. Okay. So what is the count value? Huh? 0. Is it not equal to 0? No. So what will happen to this condition? False. So first time it will not even go here. Okay. Why? We will see it. Because this is the first time I don't want to ask this question. So directly when you run the script, first time I want to come to this condition. So what is this condition? Is answer equal to yes? Correct? True. So it will go inside. And now what is it doing? Enter a number, and that I'm storing it into a variable called num. And now what is that I'm doing? Sum plus number. So what is sum for the first time? 0. So it will add 0 plus whatever the value you have given. Okay. And then what is that I'm doing? Count equal to count plus 1. So first time you gave one value. So what is the value of count now? 1. So that means you have taken one value. That's where I'm increasing count. Okay. So it completed. Now what will happen? It will once again go here. And this is where for the second time I'm asking, do you want to continue? See, the first time itself, without even having one value, how will you ask someone, do you want to continue? And that's the reason I have given the condition. So now what is condition? Is count not equal to 0? Yes. Why? You have taken at least one value. So now ask the user whether you want to continue or not. Okay. So now I'm asking him by reading this option. So this is where you are going to take the value and store to the same variable called answer. So suppose if I say n means no, then what will happen? It will come here. Will this condition run? No. Correct? So that means it will not ask you a number. Fine. Done. Then where will it go? It will again go back to the beginning. And now what is the value of answer? Is answer equal to yes? If I gave no. So that means the loop will be stopped. So totally you would have given only one value. And then what it will do? It will come down. And then I'm putting another condition here. What is that? When I should do an average, at least I have two values. So that's where once again a condition I'm giving. If count is less than 2, then simply say you should have passed at least two values, and I'm not doing anything. So that's the reason the if else is there. So when count is not less than 2, which means when count is greater 2 or greater than 2, then what should I do? I'm saying take the sum divided by count. So now I know count is each time the value. So I will take the average. So this is where a small example to use both while and if. Here I'm also using if else. Got it? So let's run this. Let me copy this to the notepad. Go to loops, all examples. So what is it asking? The first time it's asking, so this condition is not true. So it directly goes to this block and it is asking enter a number. So here I'll enter some number, press enter, and then it's going to, do you want to continue? And that's because it completed this and it's coming back to the beginning. And here it's asking me, do you want to pass? Yes. So if I say yes, it will once again come to the number and it will take the number again. So it keeps on going in the loop. Okay. And now whenever I say no, what will happen? If I say no, it will not ask me value. And again, if it comes back here, condition will fail. So the loop will not go. So it will just go here and check for, is it greater than two values? Yes. Then just print the average. So watch this. Average is 2. Same thing, just to show an example. If I say no, it will come out, but it will say you need to have at least two values. Okay. Just a small example where you can think of using loops and conditions, right? We saw loops and we saw loop control with some example. And the next important thing what you have is functions. Okay. So like any programming, when you say function, it's also called as subroutine. Now, what is the purpose of function and what is a function? So in scripting, once again, there might be some set of code you want to reuse it. Okay. What do you mean by reusing? I have some line and I want to use it again. Now this is where it might be confusing. What do you mean by reusing? Just now in the loop, we saw same code is being reused. Then what's the difference between loop and what we are talking? So what happens in a loop? When the script is coming line by line, in some line, you will run it again and again and again. Now, once it is complete, what will happen? It will come down in the sequential way. So can you go back to the line above? It will never go back, right? So this is where, what if I want to once again have the same code? Then I cannot once again repeat the same code. What I'm trying to say is, take this example here. Okay. Now, don't worry about what is this that I'm doing in the loop. Okay. Don't worry about anything on this condition. Okay. Just there is a loop and I have something to do here. Okay. Some task. Right. Now, when you run, code will first go through this loop. It will do the task while the condition is true. And after that, it will come to the next line. Right. So whatever the statement you give, it will run. But what if now again I want the same block once or twice to run? Or rather than calling it as block, I want to run the same task again 2 times. Then once again you will try to take the same code and you have to try to put it 2 times so that the condition here tries to run for 2 conditions. So 2 times it should be success, right? So this is where what is happening. Actually, this is not called as reusing the code. You are rerunning the code. So when you say loop, you are rerunning the code again and again. But here, almost both of them are same, correct? So this means I'm not reusing the code. So this way of working on some tasks wherein some task has to be used again and again at various level. So then using loop alone will not be sufficient. So this is where what we are talking about is how do I reuse some code. What is that code going to do doesn't matter, whether it is a condition or a loop, whatever it can be. If you want to use some code again and again wherever you want in your script, then you have to put them as a function. Okay, so it's nothing but a group of code. You will put it as a function, and then whenever you call the function, it will go, and whatever the code you have inside the function, it will try to call it. Now for example, now if I create a function, I'll talk about the syntax. So let's say I'm creating a function here, and I'm putting this entire code into a function. Okay, so now whenever I want, I can call. So the same old scenario, instead of like this, I will just say call the function. Okay, so now when I call the function, it will replace this line with the entire content whatever you have, so it will do the code there. Now once again, if I call this function again, what will happen? So all you are telling is one line, but what it will do, it will go back to the same code and it will try to take the code and put it there. So this is how your number of lines in the code will be reduced, and you will be able to reuse some code again and again. Okay, so the main purpose of function is reuse the code. Now understand, loop is rerunning the code, it's not reusing. Okay, so not only that, when you actually try to develop a big automation, then the number of lines in your code will be very huge. So at that time, you can also use function to divide small activity into small functions, and you can use it whenever you want. So that's how when you go into an actual programming, it's not like they will be writing completely code from scratch. There will be some functions which you can use and do the same activity. So functions are meant for reusing the code and dividing your big code into small blocks. Okay. So what's the syntax? Like variable, first you need to define the function. What is the code which you want to reuse? So that is called as the function definition. For that, you will give a unique name called function name, and you will open what? Parenthesis, and then within the flower block you will be giving the code that you want to reuse. So wherever you see this parenthesis, immediately you should understand it's a function. Okay, so this is definition of the function. And now whenever you want to call the same lines anywhere inside the script, you can simply say the name of the function without any of this. We'll talk about arguments later. So all you have to do is function name, just like what I have given here. Okay, so define the function, what code it should contain, and wherever you want to call it, just give the name, and shell script will replace the entire content and it will call. Okay, now to understand it, let's take a example. So look at this code. Now here I'm starting the script. The first thing that I'm doing here is I'm defining a function called hello. You can give any name to the function. Now, whenever you say a function definition, it should have a parenthesis and a flower bracket within which the actual code. So what is the code here I'm saying? I'm inside the hello function and I'm printing my name. Now this will not run this. This is just a definition of a function. So when it will run the code, only when you call the function, remember. And that's where now below, when I start giving, first I'm saying calling the function, and all I'm giving is hello. So what is hello now? It's a function. So wherever you see this hello, shell script will replace it with these two lines. Okay, so now here, after calling the function, you should see I am inside the function hello Adam one time, but again see I'm giving end of script, and if I need, I can once again say hello. So what will happen, it will replace this function with these two lines. So once again you should see after end of script these two lines are there. So how many times I call the functions, that many times it will try to run the code. Okay, so this is where it's not a loop. So whenever you want, wherever you want, you call the function, the same code will be reused. Okay, so watch this. You can see the first time it's running, but once again it is trying to run. Okay, so wherever you want. So this is where loop will not go back. Whereas if you put the same code in a function, you call the function, whatever is the content of the function definition, your shell script will run at that time when you are calling the function. Got it? So even just to show you, I can put once more. What will happen? Again, it will call, right? So I can put it wherever I want and how many ever times. You can see it keeps on running. Okay, so the basics is you define function with some code, a block of code. Wherever you call function, it will try to put that code as if it was there. So that's how you can reuse the code. Now inside this, I can put even a while block, then every time I call, the while block will be called multiple times. So that's how you can completely reuse your code. Okay. Okay, now whenever you say functions, now this is the basics, but we also have some advanced concepts of function. A function can also take some arguments or parameters. Like your shell script, we pass some arguments, right? Those are called as positional parameters, which varies from $1 to $9. The same way, we can also pass some values to your function, because when you are going to use a function, it will be doing some actual activity for which different times different values has to be passed. So how do you pass a value to your function? So when you are calling the function, you are going to say function name followed by the parameters or the arguments space separated. Okay, but how do you read it within your script? This is where, just like your shell script parent, whatever the arguments you are passing, if you say $1 and $2, it will take the values. Same way within the function, now if I say $1, it is the first value. If I say $2, it will be the second parameter. Okay, same applies, but when it comes inside a function, it is local to the function. Remember, now to understand it, let's take the second example. Okay, now this is where, in this example, what I want to do, I want to check whether two numbers are equal or not equal. So just a small example. How many ever values I give, that many times it should say whether those numbers are equal or not. And this is where I'm trying to write a function called check. Okay. And here I need to take two values. So you can see $1 and $2. So whenever you are calling this function, if I pass two values, the first value will be $1, second value will be $2. And here I am putting a condition. Is $1 equal to $2? If it is, then say numbers are equal. Else numbers are not equal. So now, how many ever times I want, I can call this function and pass two values. It will tell me whether it is equal or not equal. And that's where first time I am taking two variables called a and b equal to 1. And what is that I'm doing? Calling the function with these two values. And then look at this. How am I calling the function? So I'm calling the function called check and I'm passing arguments. So now it will go inside and it will run this. And what should it return? It should print numbers are equal. Okay, once again, I'm creating two new variables and I'm again calling the same function, but this time I'm calling it with these two values. So it doesn't matter what values you are passing. So inside the function, first one will be stored as $1, second one will be as $2, and goes on like that. Okay, now this is where now second time I'm calling the function with value 2 and 3. So now when it comes here, what will be the condition? Condition will be false, so it should print numbers are not equal. Okay, so this way here I'm using a small function to print whether numbers are equal or not. So that way every time I call a function, I will pass two values or two arguments. So that's how when you write a function, it can also take value. Okay, so remember the difference. $1, $2 inside a function is going to read what you have passed, whereas on the top level of your script, $1, $2 will be taking the arguments that you have passed to the shell script. Okay, so concept is same, but where it is trying to read, it's important. So here if I run, what is this? Functions with arguments. Okay, so I've passed two values, so you can see first time it's going inside and says numbers are equal. The same function I'm again calling it second time here, and here I'm saying again the value with 2 and 3, and in that I'm going to check the value. So this is inside the function and now it prints not equal. Okay, so what will happen? Every time you call, if you need, you can pass the arguments to your function. For that, the only difference is you're going to say the function name followed by what are the arguments you have to pass. See, again, the logic is up to us, but we just have to use the syntax. Okay, so whether I'm passing a string or a number and what I'm doing inside the function is up to us. Okay, so this way you can call a function and you can also pass a argument to the function. Now, this another concept in the function called as return value. So generally in program also, whenever you call a function, the function will be returning some value to whoever is calling. Okay. So now who is calling the function? The main script, because when you go to program, the main program is going to call a function. So here we don't have that concepts of main, but you can consider our shell script is the main function or main program. So now if you are calling a function like check or something else, wherever you are calling, it will return some value. Okay, so what you want to return, again it depends on our code, because right now all we did is the function called and function did something, that's all. But what if you want your function to do some task and return some value? Okay, here all I did is only compare. But what if I want to do something like add two numbers and return the value, and I want to use it later? Then you will be using a keyword called return. And remember, whenever you say return, return should be the last line in your function. So what value you are returning from the function, it will be available in your main program or wherever you are calling. So look at this. So let's take this return. So in this example, I'm trying to take two values and return the average of it. Okay. Now for that, okay, first there is a function, and here I'm saying sum equal to 0 and I'm putting a loop. Why? Because I want to add all the numbers that I'm passing. Okay, now this is where to do a average, if I pass two numbers, I need to add two numbers divided by 2. If I pass three numbers, add all the numbers divided by 3. Now this is where I don't want to put a condition like while because I don't know how many values. So that's where I'm saying var in. What is dollar at the rate? Go back to yesterday what we learned. Dollar at the rate means all the values it will take. So now when I'm calling the average function, I can pass 2 values, 3 values, 10 values, everything it will take, and how many times this loop will go, as many values you have. So that's where simply I'm adding all the numbers here. So whatever values I give, I'm using this and I will add all of them. So your sum is ready. Then I'm trying to take expr sum, and how do I know how many values you have? No, I don't want to put count and keep on adding. Instead, in our script we know dollar at the rate will give you all the values. What will dollar hash do? Total number of values. See, now this is the difference. We are not talking about the parent script. Inside the function also same special variables will be used, but the difference, what is that you have passed to the function. So if I pass 10 values, dollar hash will be 10. If I pass 5 values, dollar hash will be 5. So that's where now this loop will add all the numbers, and here I will try to print. And then what is that I'm doing? I'm trying to do a return, and this is where, okay, now there's a small mistake. Your function should always have return at the last line. So what is that I'm doing? Return the value. What it is returning? The average of whatever we have taken. And that's where, now look at this. This is definition. So now what is that I'm doing? Average space 1 and 2. So I'm passing 2 arguments. So obviously this loop will go 2 times, and here it will say sum divided by 2 and it will return. So now whenever a function is returning, if you are not capturing the output, then we know that how do I get the return status of a last command? Dollar question mark, right? So all those things we learned, we are using. So now if I just capture this dollar question mark into a variable, what will happen? Whatever the average function or this function is returning, that will be stored. So what will be stored in this variable called ret? The average of 1 and 2. Okay, and that is what I'm printing it outside on my parent or the main script. Same way, once again I'm calling a function here. So what is that I'm doing in this? 3 4 5, I'm passing 3 values. So what will happen? This loop will now run 3 times. So that's the reason dollar at the rate will pass whatever you have. Okay, and then what will be dollar hash? 3. So it will add 3 plus 4 plus 5 divided by 3, and that return value is what you will be getting second time over here. Okay, so watch this. When I'm calling the function with these two values, sum of 1 and 2 is 3, and the average of 1 and 2 is 1. And if I'm passing 3 values, sum of 3 4 5 is 12, and what's the average of 3 4 5 is 4, because 12 by 4 is, sorry, 12 by 3 is 4. So that's how you can have a function, you can pass arguments to the function, and function can also return, and to capture that return value you can use dollar question mark. Okay, but again, one small thing to note: if you are passing argument to the shell script, you will use $1, $2 until $9, or dollar at the rate, dollar hash, to capture what you have passed to the script. But when it comes inside the function, it is going to take what arguments you have passed to the function. So that way same thing works, but the difference is what is the argument you have passed to the function. So that is important. So that is how $1, $2 until $9 will give you values of arguments. Dollar hash will give you total number of arguments. Dollar at the rate will give you all the arguments. Okay, so where to use, it's up to us. Got it? Clear? Now, we can also have a advanced way of a function inside a function. Like we had loops inside loop, right? Now, one function can call another function. That is also possible. So in that way, let's look at this example. Now, for your understanding, it's a simple example. So I've first defined one function called number one. All it is going to do is print. This is the first function. Then there is one more function called number two, and all I'm saying is this is the second function. But look at here, inside number one, what is that I'm doing? I'm calling second function. So in the script, at the end, all I'm doing is calling number one. So first function will get called, and this will call the second function. So this way, it's not mandatory that only your main or parent should call your function. One function can also call child function. In fact, you can also pass arguments from one function to another function. All right. So some scenarios might also need, you might have to call two functions. Okay. So depending on the need, you might have to use it. Okay. So we saw functions, how to pass argument to the function, and how do you return values from a function, and also how to have a nested function. Now, another topic that's kind of very useful when you're using shell script is redirection. Okay, so what is redirection? Changing something, right? By default, when you try to run your shell script, each command that it is running, the output of it will be thrown to your console, okay, or on your screen. But if you want, instead of putting the output of your commands in the shell script to the screen, you can redirect it to a file. Okay, so that what will happen if you close the screen, output is gone. But now, if I redirect my output into a file, what will happen? The file will have the output stored. Okay, so that's how redirection means. Take the output of one command and put into something else. So for that, we will be using two symbols. One is greater than, other one is double greater than. Greater than will create a new file and it will try to put the content. But what will happen? Once again, if you use greater than, it will overwrite the content. So whatever is already there, it will not add, it will overwrite. So remember, greater than will always overwrite. Suppose if there is already some content and you want to add or append to the existing content, then you should use two greater than. Okay. Now to understand this, let's take another set of examples. Okay. So let's look at this. Now, what is the script doing? A simple script. It will take a value from me or when we run, and all it is going to do is print hello that name. Okay. So let me just run this and show you what it is going to do. Asking for a name. So if I say, it will print. Now, what was the default? It's printing on the screen. So whatever you run here, it's running and printing on the screen. So now instead of that, if I just redirect the output to some log file. So I'll just say the name of the file is log. Okay, just a text file. And now if you enter, okay, it's asking, okay, and watch the screen. What happened? It didn't put the output to the console or the screen like earlier. So what we are telling, redirect it to log. So now if I look at the log, this is there. So next time if I run, watch this, right? Again, it didn't print on the screen. Now look at the log file. Here, the second time when I use greater than, what happened? It overwriting. So that's where you have to remember, it will always overwrite. So this is when, if you want to append, then you can just say 2 greater than. Okay. So look at the log, the lines will be appended. Okay. Single greater than means redirect and overwrite. 2 greater than will append. Now, it's not mandatory that if you want the entire console output. Okay. Now, for every line that you have inside your script, you can also redirect. Now, for that, you need to put that inside your code. So, for example, if I take the same redirect output, okay. Now, for example, here I will say directly here, okay, and I'll just call it as log.txt, okay, and I can have another line, hello, dollar name, okay, and what will this do now? It will try to print the output directly to this file, and I'm appending, so both the lines will come. And now let's take, okay, so what should be the output of my screen now when I just run this? It should have only EOS printed. Okay, so let's run this and see. So what happened? The difference. So what happened? See, instead of running your script and redirecting, here, what is that we are trying to do? What did we do? So all you have to do is run your script, and every time it runs, within the script itself, you have given the command to store it into a log, as well as you're also trying to append this. But what happened to the last line? Let me run it again and see this now. This is where, am I telling where the output should go? No. So that is where whatever is in the script should get printed on the screen. But in that, what is the line? So in these two lines, you are not telling to print it on the screen. You are telling to put it on the log file. And only the last line you are trying to have print on the screen. So that's where, if you look at the log.txt, it should have only these two lines. So this is how you can also choose which line of your script should go to a particular file. If you want everything, then while you are calling the script, simply redirect it and you can put it into a particular file. So that way, choose the complete output of your script or each line of your script. So you can choose that. So the difference is, give the redirection inside the script at each line, or give the redirection while you call your script. Okay, so that's the difference. Now, there might be some scenarios in which you don't want your output to be given to the screen. Okay, I don't want to capture and I don't want to put the output. Okay, now I want to completely discard my output. I don't want the output at all. So then you can simply redirect your output to a file called as dev null. So dev null, null is like a void, nothing. So anything you put, you won't get anything. So neither it will print, neither it will store anywhere. Okay, so the same script, if you run and put it to dev null, what is happening? Inside the script, whatever it is doing will be there, but the output that we are supposed to get, that EOS, right? That one here. Did you notice this? It used to print EOS, so that it didn't print, which means anything coming from the script as an output, it will not show you. It will just send it to null. Now this will be useful sometimes when you are running the script. There might be some errors and you don't want to print that on the screen. So in those cases, what you can do, you can simply redirect the dev null. But again, if I put dev null while calling the script, the entire output of the script will go. If I want to put only one command, then I can go inside the script and change. So let me just show you that. In Bash, okay. Here, now let's say I'm just calling line 1. Okay. Now I'll run a command called ls and I'll give some file. So what will happen? It should print. Let's see what's happening. So you can see it's printing line 1, but it's also giving me error message saying it's there. So now the same code, if I just say dev null, what's happening? Any actual output it is trying to show to the screen, but it is still printing your error here. Now this is where, let's try how this behaves. It's not working. Why? Anyone? Basically, DevNull will work only for your regular console output. It will not work for your errors. Okay? And that's where you need to know there are few things. So in shell script, number one on the redirection represents your console output and 2 represents error. Okay, standard error, standard output. Okay, so by default all the redirection will work only for your standard output, which is 1, and that's where whatever you ran so far, it was only showing or not showing the content of your console output. Because go back to this, what happened here? It was printing everything. But now, when you say 2, so what is the meaning of this? So I'm telling, run the script. Out of that, only the error, which is referred as standard error, redirect it to null. So now what will happen? By running the script, if the script is giving regular output on the console, that is standard console output, that you will get on the screen. But if there is an error, redirect that to devnull. So this way, now when I'm running the script, you will only see the actual output. If there is any kind of error, you will not see. Now you can do it here. If not, the same thing you can put it for each line. So remember, 2 means standard error. So that's how you can also take, you have to redirect your console output or your standard error, because by default if you just say greater than or double greater than, it works only for the standard console output. So for the standard error you need to put 2. So that's where wherever you see 2 and greater than, it's going to consider only the what, standard error. Okay, so that's one point. Now clear, when you use script what is true. And again, wherever you see 1, it means it is a standard console output. And there is another advanced and interesting thing you will do in script is no hung up. Sometimes when you run a script will be running in the foreground, correct? So it will be running in the screen. Now what happens if you terminate or you close this terminal? That script will also get stopped. That's because the parent shell is not there. That program or the script will also get stopped. So what is that you have to do? Wherein I just want to run my script regardless of my connection is still there or this terminal is still there. I want to run my script safely on the background. So that's where in Linux scripting there is something called as no hub. What is it? No hub. So now if you call your script using this no hub command, no hub will help you to run the script without any interruption. Which means as soon as I say no hub and run, even if you close your terminal, you disconnect from the machine, the script will be running on the background safely. Okay, so that's where many times whether you are running your script one time, which will take a couple of minutes, or if you want to run your script through cron again and again, you need to safely run in the background without worrying about the terminal being closed. So at that time you will be using no hub. Okay, but when you use no hub, you will be using this syntax wherein you will say no hub, the name of the script, followed by 2 greater than ampersandage 1. So what is the meaning of this? Now this is where when I'm running my script using no hub, it will be running on the process behind us. It will not show anything on the console. At that time, if you get a standard error, where will it go? I will not be capturing. So this is where what we want to do along with your console output, if there is any standard error, you also redirect it into the console. So that means when you are running it in the background, both your console output plus standard error will be redirected. Okay, but where it will redirect? That is where nohub also has one more thing. It creates a file called nohub.out. So whatever you are running, it will be automatically storing into that file. And this is where the last ampersandage meaning is run this in the background. Okay. So that way, now for example, I have this script. Okay. What is the script going to do? It's an infinite script or an infinite loop. While condition is 0, true, it will go inside, print number, add a number, print number, add. So when I run, the output you should be seeing is infinite loop. It will be printing number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it will be going on and on and on until I stop the script. Okay. Now this is where I don't want to have an interruption. So now what you can simply do here is you can say no hub and whatever the script that you want to run with whatever arguments you want to pass, and followed by that 2 greater than ampersandage 1, which means the output, the console output and the standard error, take both of them and put it into a file called nohub.out. Okay, and run this entirely in background. So see what happens when I enter. It says putting the output into nohub. So in this folder, you should see there is a file called nohub.out. Okay. So now just keep seeing what is happening here. The number of lines, see, it keeps increasing. So if I just go and say tail-f, so this is what is happening. That script is running and your no hub is capturing. Okay. Now I have the safe to stop my output. See, all I did is tail-f and I'm showing you what is happening inside that script. Okay. This is how your script is safely running on the background. So I can close this terminal. It will still be running. And you can also go ahead and just check where it is running. This is the script which is running in the background using your NoHub. So now anytime if I go ahead and stop this, okay, what happened? I'm stopping the NoHub, so your script stopped running. That's all. Let's see. It stopped exactly at 76,697 line. This is how you can run your script safely without interfering. So whether you are running your script one time or you are running it in cron, you should always prefer using nohub and run it in the background. And if you want to look at the console log, then use 2 greater than ampersandage so that the standard output and the standard error will be shown or outputted into this file called nohub.out. This is pretty much the redirection that you have to consider. And so one last thing that you need to know on an advanced side is capturing the output. So what do you mean by capturing output in shell script? See, so far we just saw some commands, it will run, and the output was given to the console or the screen. But what if you want to actually capture some output of a command and do some operation later? Then there are different ways that you can achieve. Okay. Now, one of the old way, what we can do is using backticks. Do you remember in the arithmetic topic I told you? Backtick is used for capturing output and storing. So this is where, for example, now let's say there is, I'll just take output. Okay, so now watch this. If I say ls pipe wc-l, what will this do? It will just print 9, which is nothing but here. It's just printing. But now, what if I want to capture and I want to just do some activity? Now, a simple example I'll take is I just want to capture and I want to print it properly. So that's where I can just say some variable and use backtick. So now what will happen? Backticks will run the command, capture the output, and store it into this variable, so which is very important. And now, for example, here I can say total number of files in current directory $var. So now you're capturing and you're using it. Got it? This is where many times you want to run some command, capture an output, and you have to process, then you will be using backticks. But using backtick is a little old way. Okay. Now there is another way to capture output from a command. So this is where for that you are going to use, okay, so there are 2 ways. One is you can give a variable and whatever the command you want, this will capture. The other way to do is you can put a dollar parenthesis and whatever the command you want. So this will also try to capture the output, okay, which is a little better. I'll show you why. Okay, now, but let's look at the same difference. Output. Now, same thing over here. So instead of backticks, same thing. gives the value. Okay, so you can use backticks or dollar and brackets. Okay, parenthesis, which is in advanced. Now the benefit of using your dollar here is if you have some nested values, your backticks will not support. This will support. Okay, what do you mean by that? Okay, look at a simple example. I'm having variable. Okay, and here if I say echo, okay, and I want to capture date. So what is that I'm doing? I'm trying to run the date command. The output of that I'm doing a echo, and then I'm trying to print. So what will happen in this? So this is where you are having, okay, let's say like this way. Echo today is date. So what is my expected output? I want to print on the screen today, but that's where I'm capturing it, right? So if I come here and just say var1 equal to dollar $var1, okay, so look at what's happening here. What is happening? It's printing this outer one, but if you have a nested backticks, it's not even considering, it's just considering it as a normal string. So the output what you're getting is today is date. But what I wanted, first I want this to return the value, take that value and run this command once again, and then return today is the date. Now this is where your backticks will not be helpful. So instead of that, what you can actually do is use the dollar, and now look at this. All right, now this is your first return. Now I can also put here, right? So now what happens? You will have 2 times the output. So first it will take the output of date and it will put into this command, and this command will also return, and that output will be stored into var1. So now look at the output. Got it? Now exactly it's printing what I wanted. Today is whatever the date that I want. Now I can also do some parsing further. Now this is where whenever you are going to use shell script in an advanced way, you might have a requirement to capture some output. So at that time, what happens? If it's a simple command that you are trying to run and you are just going to take the output and store into a variable, use backticks. But certain times, what will happen? You will also have some scenarios in which you have to do a nested output capturing also, just like how you have your nested functions, you have your nested loop, nested condition, you also have this. So that way use the dollar parenthesis, not the backticks, right? So